Oh. Would you be able to explain the situation to us, brother Yu? A devilish being who was enshrouded in black chi asked. This devilish being was also at the late spatial tempering stage, and he seemed to possess a status that was even loftier than that of Yu Liantian. All of the other devilish beings immediately fell silent upon hearing this, and Yu Liantian cupped his fist toward the devilish being in a salute as he replied, "Of course, brother Jin Jiao. The holy brick has appeared in our city as the owner didn't want to create too much of a stir and draw trouble to himself, and the holy brick is actually flawed. The two cultivation arts contained within it are both missing critical mantras, and neither of them was the main ability cultivated by Master Qi Ling. Otherwise, such an item certainly wouldn't be making an appearance in this auction." I see. With Master Qi Ling's unfathomable powers, even a pair of incomplete cultivation arts used by him would be extremely valuable for study and reference. As such, its value does indeed surpass that of the dark blood five-colored bells, Jin Jiao replied in an enlightened manner. Not only were the other devilish beings present not disappointed to hear this, the greed in their eyes only became more pronounced. The fact that this item was flawed only made its authenticity more plausible. "Would you be able to reveal the names of the two cultivation arts to us, fellow Daoist Yu? That'll help us decide whether the cultivation arts will be useful to us." A sharp voice rang out in the venue, but a secret technique had been used to make it impossible to pinpoint who had spoken. "I'm afraid not. When the owner of this holy brick brought it to our auction house, he had raised the condition that the cultivation arts contained within the holy brick can't be revealed in advance." "All right, I've said everything that I can say about this item, let the bidding begin," Yu Liantian announced in a decisive manner. "I'm taking this holy brick for 40 million devil stones." A thunderous voice rang out from one corner of the venue, and it belonged to a massive menacing devilish man who was around 30 feet tall. "You think you can take a treasure of this caliber for 40 million? Isn't that a little too delusional, brother Sure? I'm offering 50 million, a horned devilish man with a heavy beard chuckled coldly in response. 60 million. Jin Jiao upped the price without any hesitation. 65 million, 68 million. Other bids also came flying in from other corners of the hall, and the wealthiest high-grade devilish beings present were all participating in the bidding. Han Li was naturally interested in the cultivation arts left behind by a Grand Ascension stage being, but unfortunately, they had been left behind by a sacred ancestor and were incomplete. Otherwise, he would perhaps be inclined to go after it, 80 million. A frosty voice rang out, and at the same time, a glacial aura swept through the entire hall. All of the weaker devilish beings present instantly stiffened as if they had been plunged into a glacial pit, and even the spatial tempering stage devilish beings couldn't help but shudder. "It's a devilish lord!" someone exclaimed. All of the other devilish beings were stunned to hear this, and they immediately turned toward the source of the glacial aura. At a certain side entrance of the hall, a gray-robed elderly man had appeared, and there was faint crimson chi emanating from his body. "It's the city lord. Senior Bing." The entire venue immediately erupted into a frenzy at the sight of this elderly man. "What brings you here, city lord?" Yu Liantian asked as he hurriedly extended a salute from afar. "Why can't I be here? Am I not allowed to attend this auction?" the elderly man asked. "Of course you are. It's my honor to have you here, city lord. I'm just rather taken aback by your arrival," Yu Liantian hurriedly explained. "In that case, I've made the highest bid, so shouldn't this holy brick be mine now?" the city lord asked in an indifferent voice. "Of course. If no higher bid is made, then the holy brick is all yours. Are there any other fellow Taoists who would like to make higher bids?" Yu Liantian asked as he raised the brick before him. His voice echoed throughout the hall, but it was met by complete silence. All of the high-grade devilish beings present were still staring at the holy brick with scorching yearning in their eyes, but none of them dared to say anything. Not only was Bing Qianren the city lord, he was also a mid-stage devilish lord. No one would be foolish enough to compete against him in the bidding. Yu Liantian took a deep breath, yet just as he was about to make a final announcement, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. 90 million. What? Who dares to compete with the city lord? Are they not afraid of being killed? A massive stir immediately ran through the crowd upon hearing this, and everyone looked around in bewilderment, trying to pinpoint where the bid had come from. However, the voice of the bidder seemed to have no source, and it was impossible to track down the exact location of the bidder. Bing Qianren's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. 95 million. 99 million. The same voice rang out again without any hesitation. Bing Qianren's expression completely darkened upon hearing this, and the crimson glacial qi around his body surged with fury. All of the devilish beings in the entire venue fell completely silent in fear of incurring the city lord's wrath. Much to everyone's surprise, the city lord paused momentarily before conceding. Looks like I'll have to back down. After that, he strode out of the venue without any hesitation. Yi Liantian was also quite surprised, but he still didn't forget to do his job and immediately made a count of 3. Are there any further bids? No. Alright, then the holy brick will go to this fellow Daoist. There were several devilish beings who seemed to be tempted to bid up the price even further, but decided against it in the end. After all, this was something that the Blood Crow City Lord wanted. Who knew if securing it could spell one's demise? Everyone was looking around with wide eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of what kind of bold character had dared to compete for a treasure with a devilish lord. In a certain corner of the hall, a humanoid figure suddenly stood up before making his way toward the stone platform. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, allowing him to instantly identify the devilish being as a blue-robed middle-aged man who was at the early spatial tempering stage, and there was nothing remarkable about him at all. However, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of him. Isn't that old man Yang? Has he gone insane? Is he trying to get himself killed? Raucous chatter immediately rang out once again as everyone spotted this middle-aged man. It seemed that most of the people present were aware of who he was. Han Li turned to a well-built devilish being seated beside him, and asked, "May I ask who this old man Yang is, fellow Daoist? His cultivation base doesn't seem to be all that remarkable, so why is he so well known?" This devilish being had thin azure scales on his face, and he had also been stunned by the sight of this old man Yang. After sensing that Han Li was a late spatial tempering stage being, the devilish man immediately replied in a polite manner, "You must not be from around these parts, fellow Daoists. Old man Yang is a renowned tool refinement master in this city, and many people go to him for devilish treasure repairs or to commission the refinement of some low-grade devilish treasures. He's been living in this city for over 100 years and has always kept a low profile, so I have no idea why he's doing something like this now. Perhaps the cultivation art that he's using is messing with his brain. Come to think of, how does he even have such a massive amount of devil stones?" "I see. Thank you for the answer, fellow Daoist," Han Li replied with a nod before casting his gaze toward old man Yang again. At this point, he had already made his way onto the stone platform, and he summoned a storage pouch for Yu Liantian to examine. After it was verified that the correct number of devil stones was in the pouch, the holy brick was handed over to him, and he stowed it away amid a flash of black light. During this process, Yu Liantian was also appraising old man Yang with astonishment in his eyes. What was even more astonishing was that after this old man Yang secured the holy brick, he didn't immediately leave the auction house. Instead, he returned to his seat, and it seemed that he was going to participate in the bidding for the final auction item as well. This was naturally very surprising to all of the bystanders, and also tipped them off to the fact that something was most likely amiss. Many devilish beings who were plotting against him immediately abandoned those intentions, and after taking a brief moment to compose himself, Yu Liantian finally moved on to the final auction item. He waved a hand, and the empty-handed devilish woman made her over to him, then flicked a wrist to summon a green bracelet. As soon as the bracelet appeared, it released a burst of white light, and a massive object that was over 100 feet in length appeared on the stone platform. The object was shimmering with golden light, and it seemed to be a bone from an unknown giant beast. Even though it was only an incomplete bone, it immediately released a primordial aura as soon as it was revealed, and even though Yu Liantian was already prepared, he still hurriedly took several steps backward in a cautious manner. Everyone else in the venue let loose cries of alarm in the face of this powerful aura, and some were even forced to release layers of protective devilish light. How could a mere bone possibly possess such a fearsome aura? Could this be a bone from the few types of legendary ancient beasts? That's impossible. Even the bones of those ancient beasts wouldn't possess such an astonishing aura. Brother Yu, please tell us what that thing is. Everyone erupted into a frenzy once again as they stared at the giant bone with shocked expressions. Hee, all in due time, fellow Daoist, this is an auction item, so I'll naturally introduce its origins to everyone. Seeing as there are clearly many fellow Daoists who are interested in it, I won't delay any further. This isn't the bone of some ancient beast, it's the bone of a true spirit, Yu Liantian said with a smile. The bone of a true spirit. Wouldn't that make it a priceless treasure? That's impossible. Even the sacred ancestors would be fighting over a treasure of this caliber. How did it end up here? The stir that had been created on this occasion, clearly even the reaction to the holy brick, and most of the devilish beings present were very skeptical. Han Li's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately focused his gaze on that giant green bone. All of a sudden, he detected a slightly familiar sweet and fragrant scent from within that primordial aura, and it seemed to be similar to the aroma of some medicines. However, the medicinal aroma was extremely faint, and he wouldn't have been able to detect it had it not been for his regular contact with all types of spirit medicines. At the same time, an urgent and elated cry rang out in Han Li's spiritual sense. Master, I can sense that bone will be extremely beneficial to me. If possible, please purchase it for me. This was none other than Chuer's tender voice, and it was even trembling slightly from excitement. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, but offered no response. Instead, he released a wisp of spiritual sense toward the giant bone, upon which a hint of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Yu Liantian continued, this bone isn't from this realm. Instead, it was swept into this realm through a certain spatial rift. It is indeed a bone from a true spirit being, but due to its age, we've already verified that it no longer contains any true essence or spirit marrow. As such, not only are we unable to ascertain which type of true spirit this bone once belonged to, its true spirit aura has also waned to an extremely significant extent, so it's completely incomparable to the other true spirit bones that have appeared in this realm in the past. Having said that, it's extremely resolute, and if it were to be refined into a treasure, it definitely wouldn't be any less powerful than a normal spirit treasure. As for why it appeared in our city, the reason is similar to why the holy brick also appeared during this auction. The former owner of the bone simply wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Before we begin the bidding, I can give all of you 15 minutes to examine this true spirit bone. Those who are interested can even come onto the platform for a closer examination if you'd like. As soon as his voice trailed off, Yu Liantian swept a sleeve through the air to release an azure incense burner, which landed on one corner of the stone platform. There was a stick of incense that was half a foot long and had just been ignited protruding out of the incense burner, and at the same time, Yu Liantian flipped a hand over to summon a silver talisman, which he plastered onto the true spirit bone. The astonishing primordial aura was instantly subdued, and everyone heaved a collective internal sigh of relief. After hearing Yu Liantian's explanation, the skepticism and befuddlement on many people's faces had faded. In essence, this could barely even be considered to be a true spirit bone. it was only roughly equivalent to a rare tool refinement material, so it wasn't all that absurd for it to appear in Blood Crow City. Even so, there were still many high-grade devilish beings who were very interested in this giant bone, and not only were there many people releasing their spiritual sense toward it, a few of them had even made their way onto the platform for a closer examination. However, all of them were very disappointed by the results of their examination. Just as Yu Liantian had said, aside from some residual aura, there really wasn't anything of use to be found in the giant bone. The true value of a true spirit bone lay primarily in the true essence and spirit marrow it contained. Even if the tiniest amount could be found in the bone, its value would immediately swell by thousands of times. However, the absence of those things naturally put a heavy dent in its value. Han Li sat in his seat for a while, and only after there were no more devilish beings on the platform did he make his way over to the true spirit bone before gently laying a finger on it. Yu Liantian appraised Han Li briefly, but merely smiled and allowed him to do as he pleased. Han Li only lingered momentarily in front of the giant bone with a contemplative expression before withdrawing his finger and returning to his seat. When the stick of incense in the incense burner was finally incinerated into dust, Yu Liantian swept a sleeve through the air to withdraw the incense burner, then announced in a serious voice, "All right, time's up. The auction will now begin, and the starting price is 50 million. In contrast with the bidding for the holy brick, this announcement was met with complete silence. No one was making any bids, but Yu Liantian simply waited with a faint smile, seemingly completely unconcerned by this. 50 million. After a long while, the first bid was finally made. 52 million, 56 million. Others began to join in on the bidding as well, but there were only 6 or 7 of them, far less so than the bidders that had been interested in the holy brick. It was no wonder that this was the case. This was indeed a true spirit bone, but its uses were severely limited, so there naturally weren't many people willing to fork out so many devil stones for it. Even so, the price still climbed steadily, and with 3 or 4 bidders still in the running, the price was bid up to a staggering 70 million. The highest bidder was a devilish woman whose get-up suggested that she was quite wealthy. The other bidders immediately fell silent, and it seemed that they were planning to concede. A hint of elation flashed through the devilish woman's eyes upon seeing this. 70 million going once. 70 million going twice. If there are no further bids to be made, then this true spirit bone will go to this fellow Taoist. Let me remind you that if you miss out on this opportunity, it will be extremely difficult to obtain another true spirit bone in the future. Yu Liantian chuckled, seemingly rather unsatisfied by this current price. Would I be able to sell off some items here if I don't have enough devil stones? The person who had raised the question was none other than Han Li. Yu Liantian seemed to be quite pleased to hear this, and he replied, "Of course. Regardless of whether it's treasures, pills, ingredients, materials, or cultivation arts, as long as it's something of value, our auction house will be willing to offer devil stones in exchange. However, we'll only be offering 2/3 of the market price, and we offer no returns even if you fail to secure the auction item you desire." "All right, then I would like to sell some things. Please pause the auction for now," Han Li said. "Sure, please head to the rear hall. You'll be able to sell off your valuable possessions there." Yu Liantian waved a hand, and the devilish woman beside him immediately stepped forward as Han Li's guide. Thus, Han Li followed the woman into the rear hall. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li returned to his seat and immediately made a bid of 80 million. Such a staggering price naturally created quite a stir throughout the entire venue, and many people were scrutinizing Han Li's cloaked figure, trying to guess who he was. The devilish woman's expression changed slightly, but she was clearly determined to secure the true spirit bone as well, and she immediately upped the price. 82 million, 90 million. Han Li countered without any hesitation. A hesitant look finally appeared on the woman's face, and after making a bid of 91 million, she suddenly turned toward Han Li's direction and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am from the high family of Wither City. This true spirit bone is something that will be of great use to my family. If you're willing to hand it over to me, our High family will be sure to thank you with a handsome reward. The High family of Wither City. Is that the High family that's led by sacred ancestor Kuji? Why did they send someone all the way to Blood Crow City? The High family is one of the few major tool refinement families of our holy realm. Could it be that they're interested in this true spirit bone? That woman is quite powerful. Could she be a direct lineal descendant to sacred ancestor Kuji? The High family was clearly quite a powerful family, and many of the devilish beings present were appraising the woman with awe and veneration in their eyes. However, Hanli completely ignored her and made a bid that sent a jolt running through all of the bystanders' hearts, 100 million. Even if this woman were related to a sacred ancestor, as long as the sacred ancestor in question wasn't anywhere near Blood Crow City, there was no need for him to worry. The woman's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this, and she gave a cold harumph, but didn't place any further bids. Alright, then this true spirit bone will go to this fellow Daoist. Yu Liantian hurriedly announced in an elated manner. Hanli rose to his feet and made his way onto the stone platform, then handed over the required devil stones before stowing the true spirit bone into his storage bracelet. Thus concluded the auction, and as Hanli departed from the auction house, Chuer's excited voice rang out in his mind. You must have discovered what's so special about this true spirit bone as well, Master. With that bone at our disposal, there's a good chance we'll be able to elevate your spirit body to the grand ascension stage. Those people are truly foolish. They mistook a medicine spirit bone as a normal true spirit bone. The former owner of this bone will probably die from remorse if they were to learn of this. Hanli smiled as he replied in his mind, seemingly in a very good mood as well. This medicine spirit bone can virtually replace around a dozen types of legendary holy medicines for pill refinement, but it takes someone with your unparalleled discerning eye to identify if, Master, Chuer said in a flattering manner. I was only able to just barely identify it as I had seen records of it in an ancient tome from a foreign race. How did you know that it was something special right away? Were you aware from the very beginning that this was a bone from a profound medicine spirit? Hanli asked in a seemingly nonchalant voice. Before Master Immortal Zoisha departed, he had bestowed upon me some memories regarding profound medicine spirits. If the spirit body can refine and fuse with this spirit bone, then not only would its magic power be severely enhanced, it can even attain some of the abilities of the medicine spirit that the bone once belonged to, and that would give it a very good chance of breaking through its bottleneck to the grand ascension stage. Chuer replied in an extremely excited manner. After cultivating for so many years within the spirit body, Chuer had virtually already become one with it. As such, if the spirit body's powers could be significantly enhanced, then she would benefit immensely as well. The spirit body is the body of the immortal Zoisha, so it encountered no bottlenecks prior to reaching the body integration stage. It did encounter a few bottlenecks after reaching the body integration stage, but it was able to break through all of them with ease. I had been concerned that it would be very difficult for it to advance beyond the late body integration stage, but with this medicine spirit bone, that's no longer an issue. I have to say, I'm really envious of you spirit beings sometimes. The obstacles you encounter for your breakthroughs are less than a tenth as grueling of what normal living beings have to experience. As soon as you accumulate enough power, you can easily make breakthroughs, Hanli sighed. But Master, you have to remember that it often takes us spirit medicines hundreds, even thousands of times longer than normal living beings to accumulate magic power. If we encounter the same level of difficulty in our bottlenecks, how could a profound medicine spirit possibly come into existence? Chuer giggled. Hanli smiled and replied, I'm naturally aware of that. Alright, this medicine spirit bone is clearly extremely old, but there should be many remnant signs left within it. Identify which profound medicine spirit it belonged to, then refine it right away. Come to think of it, only another medicine spirit like you will be able to identify the signs within this bone. Rest assured, Master, give me a few days, and I'll be able to determine which type of profound medicine spirit this bone belonged to. However, even if the spirit body progresses to the grand ascension stage, my inferior cultivation base means that I'll only be able to make use of around 50% of the spirit body's powers at most. Also, grand ascension stage medicine spirits can't compare with normal grand ascension stage beings. They'll only be especially adept in concealment and movement techniques, Chua reminded in a hesitant voice. Oh. Is that so? That's all right. An ally with half the power of a grand ascension stage being is enough to help me dominate the spirit realm, Hanli replied with a nonchalant smile. That's true. However, it will most likely take over 100 years before the spirit body's magic power can reach the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, so you'll have to be patient for a while, Master. Throughout this entire process, Hanli had remained completely undetected. Meanwhile, Hanli was very intrigued by the two figures up ahead. He was able to disregard the restrictions on the city wall with his immense powers, but those two were clearly far less powerful than he was, yet they were still able to pass through the restrictions with ease. This indicated that they either possessed some type of special treasures, or they were important figures in the city that could grant themselves passage through the restrictions. Thus, Hanli continued to follow the two streaks of light, all the way to a vast expanse of rugged rocks close to 10,000 feet away from the city. All of a sudden, the streak of green light descended onto the rocks down below, and the streak of gray light immediately followed suit. The gray light faded to reveal a gray-robed elderly man, who immediately inspected his surroundings with a menacing expression. Isn't that the Blood Crow City Lord? A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes as he appraised the elderly man from above. The Blood Crow City Lord naturally failed to discover the concealed Han Li, and he harumphed coldly before flipping a hand over to produce a small black umbrella, which he tossed up into the air while chanting an incantation. The small umbrella immediately swelled to around 10 feet in size and hovered in mid-air while releasing a vast expanse of black light, which encompassed an area of several acres down below. A muffled thump rang out from a giant rock several hundred feet away from the elderly man, and a faint blue humanoid stumbled out into the open. This was a mundane-looking blue-robed middle-aged man who wore a completely calm expression, seemingly having already anticipated that he was going to be exposed. Han Li cast his gaze toward the middle-aged man and discovered that this was none other than Old Man Yang, who had secured the holy brick during the auction. As soon as he was forced to reveal himself, the Blood Crow City let loose a low cry before sweeping a hand through the air. A streak of crimson light that was over 100 feet long swept forth in a flash, slicing the giant rock in front of Old Man Yang in half amid a resounding boom. However, Old Man Yang instantly vanished, and the streak of crimson light missed its target as a result. A massive trench that was over 100 feet in length was immediately sliced into the ground. Old Man Yang then reappeared some distance away from the trench with his arms crossed, and he chuckled with a mocking sneer. Hee, are you really planning to kill me over something like this, fellow Daoist Bing? He seemed to be completely fearless in the face of the body integration stage Blood Crow City Lord. You've succeeded in luring me out of the city. If you have any allies, then feel free to call for them, the Blood Crow City said with a cold look in his eyes. Allies? Why would you assume that I have allies, fellow Daoist Bing? There's no one else here aside from you and me, Old Man Yang said with a smile. You're just a spatial tempering stage being. How would you dare to oppose me if you didn't have any allies? Bing Qianren asked in a cold voice. I can't convince you of anything if you refuse to believe me. However, the fact of the matter is that I bear no ill will, only want to discuss a mutually beneficial deal with you, Old Man Yang replied in a nonchalant manner. I'm open to a deal, but you have to show me that you have what it takes to negotiate a deal with me. I can get what I want after I kill you, so why would I negotiate a deal with you? Bing Qianren guffawed as he abruptly stepped forward, then instantly vanished amid a flash of crimson light. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations behind Old Man Yang and Bing Qianren reappeared in a wraith-like manner before conjuring up a giant crimson hand that came crashing down toward Old Man Yang's head. The Blood Crow City Lord was sweeping aside Old Man Yang's proposal for a negotiation and was aiming to kill him on the spot. Old Man Yang's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he thrust a hand backward without even turning his head. A giant inky black hand emerged amid a ghostly howl, and an earth-shattering boom erupted as the two massive palms clashed, following which both sides shot back in unison. This is mid-body integration stage power. You're not Old Man Yang. Bing Qianren exclaimed as his face paled slightly. Indeed, the spiritual pressure emanating from the middle-aged man's body had swelled drastically to the mid-body integration stage. Is that really important? Besides, who says I'm not Old Man Yang? A peculiar look appeared on Old Man Yang's face. Bing Qianren scrutinized Old Man Yang for a moment before asking in a cold voice, "Are you one of the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea or someone from the Heavenly Abode Mountain?" Your reactions are truly remarkable, fellow Daoist Bing. I am indeed from the Lightning Sea, but I'm merely a vagrant cultivator, not one of the 7 scourges. During the battle between the 7 scourges and the Heavenly Abode Mountain, you looted the place where sacred ancestor Qi Ling passed away and stole 3 of the 4 holy bricks. As a result, the 7 scourges and the people from the Heavenly Abode Mountain ended up fighting for nothing while you came all the way here to become a city lord. TSK, I wonder if there'll be anywhere you can stay in our holy realm if the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea or the Heavenly Abode Mountain were to learn of this. Looks like you've dug up quite a bit of my past. In that case, the holy brick on that auction must be a counterfeit that you made, Bing Qianren harumphed coldly. How could it be a counterfeit? The item was appraised by the auction house. I merely destroyed some of the mantras within it. Didn't you pursue me all the way here for the 4th hoi brick? Old Man Yang flipped a hand over to reveal a green wooden box as he spoke. Bing Qianren stared at the wooden box with a dark expression for a while before continuing, I don't care who you are, this 4th holy brick is something I'm determined to obtain. What deal do you want to propose? You sure are a straightforward man, Brother Bing. In that case, I won't drag this out any longer either. You and I are both aware that this 4th holy brick is related to the legendary hidden treasure left behind by sacred ancestor Qi Ling. It's said that when all 4 holy bricks are gathered, not only will one obtain all of sacred ancestor Qi Ling's abilities, they'll also obtain the map to the secret treasures drawn up by sacred ancestor Qi Ling himself. Setting aside everything else, just the holy ink spirit canoe, one of the top 3 flying treasures of our holy realm, is already an extremely prized asset. If someone like you or I were to obtain it, even the average sacred ancestor would find it very difficult to kill us. A furious look appeared on Bing Qianren's face as his body swayed incessantly in an attempt to evade the golden light, but he was a lot more sluggish than normal as his spiritual sense was being drawn into the silver vortex. A crisp clang rang out as the golden light struck his neck, only to be repelled by an eruption of crimson light. Within the crimson light was a jade badge that was as red as blood. It was a top-grade protective devilish treasure that had activated on its own to save him from that lethal strike just in the nick of time. Even so, Bing Qianren's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and he let loose a loud roar as fierce crimson winds erupted from his body. His spiritual sense was immediately forcibly swept back, and at the same time, he instantly vanished before reappearing over 100 feet away. The streak of golden light shot forth toward him in pursuit in a flash, but he was already prepared and instantly opened his mouth to expel an inky black ghostly head, which began to battle the golden light. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out from the other side, and Old Man Yang was hurled through the air by the ghostly claw. However, he seemed to also be carrying a protective treasure. A layer of silver light flashed over his body, and immediately transformed into 7 or 8 projections that fled in all directions, thereby allowing him to survive the surprise attack as well. A faint cry of surprise rang out, and spatial fluctuations erupted where Old Man Yang had stood a moment ago, and 7 or 8 streaks of black light shot forth out of thin air in pursuit of the projections. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black chi emerged, within which stood a brocade-robed humanoid figure who was slowly withdrawing his hand. The humanoid figure was extremely pale, but was identical to Bing Qianren in appearance, as if they were twin brothers. A resounding boom rang out as the fleeing projections were all destroyed by the streaks of black light, but one of them expelled a ball of green light backward that cancelled out the oncoming streak of black light. The blurry projection then stopped and became clear again. Old Man Yang cast his gaze toward the humanoid figure within the black chi, and said in a cold voice, "I was wondering why your cultivation base hadn't improved at all during all these years. I can see now that it's because you were busing cultivating this clone. Do you think I would follow you here without a backup plan? Call out your hidden companion as well. Qi Ling's secret treasures can only be obtained by one of us. There's no way we can split them evenly." Bing Qianren said. In that case, there's nothing else for me to say. Show yourself, brother Ye. He may have a clone, but it's weaker than his true body. With our combined powers, there's still a very good chance that we can defeat him, Old Man Yang said with undisguised malice in his eyes. I knew that the map wouldn't be that easy to secure. After all, fellow Daoist Bing was able to steal 3 holy bricks from right under the noses of the 7 scourges of the Lightning Sea and the Heavenly Abode Mountain. Immediately thereafter, golden light flashed, and a tall and broad barefoot man with a set of hideous features appeared. The man was completely empty-handed, but was carrying a large golden gourd on his back, and was appraising Bing Qianren with a hint of a smile on his face. Devilish Lord Jin Hu. Bing Qianren exclaimed at the sight of the hideous man. Devilish Lord Jin Hu cupped his fist in a salute as he smiled, and said, I didn't think that you would have heard of me. I've also heard much about you, fellow Daoist Bing. I'm looking forward to facing you today. Contrary to his rugged and unsightly appearance, the devilish lord spoke like a refined and unfathomable being. Looks like I'll just have to kill both of you here to claim Qi Ling's secret treasures for myself. I guess this is well worth the several centuries I've spent plotting for this, Bing Qianren suddenly cackled as he appraised his 2 assailants. What do you mean by that? Old Man Yang was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding upon hearing this, as was devilish Lord Jin Hu. However, Bing Qianren didn't offer any explanation and merely laid both of his hands onto his waist with a cold smile on his face. 2 leather pouches, one black and one red, flew out in unison, then tipped themselves over to release a ball of crimson light and a swarm of black insects. The crimson light appeared to be quite ordinary, but it was split up into 7 barely discernible layers of different shades, and was emitting a faint buzzing sound. As for the thumb-sized devilish insects in the swarm, they were completely inky black in color and had unsettling white skull patterns on their backs. Those are 7 kill-blood baleful chi and black-bone devilish insects. Fellow Daoist Yang, we have to retreat. Devilish Lord Jin Hu exclaimed upon seeing this, and he immediately laid a hand onto his golden gourd, upon which it instantly flew up into the air, then transformed into a burst of golden light that swept him up before flying away. Old Man Yang's heart also sank at the sight of the crimson light and insect swarm, and he knew that he had underestimated Bing Qianren. Thus, he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of green flames rose up from beneath his feet as he fled toward the same direction. It was quite clear that the 2 of them were extremely fearful of the crimson light and black insect swarm. Don't you think it's too late to be running now? It's taken me all my years in Blood Crow City to nurture these creatures, and they were meant precisely for the 2 of you. Bing Qianren guffawed as he made a hand seal, and the crimson light and insect swarm immediately surged forth in pursuit at an even faster speed than the 2 fleeing devils. Old Man Yang and devilish Lord Jean, who had naturally also discovered this, and they frantically expelled mouthfuls of blood essence to raise their own speed. Bing Qianren's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he and his clone shot forth in unison as streaks of gray light, plunging into the cloud of 7 blood baleful chi up ahead after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter, their bodies blurred and released layers of crimson light, and they seemed to have melted away within this light. As a result, the 7 blood baleful chi were sped up by about twofold, catching up to the 2 fleeing devils in just a few flashes before skirting around them to intercept them from the front. The crimson light faded, and Bing Qianren re-emerged alongside his clone, both with sinister smiles on their faces. Old Man Yang and devilish Lord Jean, who were forced to stop, and they hurriedly looked back to find that they had been sandwiched right between the cloud of 7 blood baleful chi and the swarm of insects flying toward them from behind. A faint chuckle rang out, and the golden hand suddenly swelled to around 10 feet in size, then released a ball of piercing spiritual light alongside a burst of powerful shockwaves that swept forth in all directions. The black ghostly heads and oncoming sword projection were all swept out of control by the shockwaves, and the 2 devils were very alarmed to see this as they hurriedly made hand seals to recover their treasures. However, the spiritual pressure imbued within the golden shockwaves was far more powerful than they had imagined, and it forcibly severed their connections with the 2 treasures. As such, they could only look on as the giant golden hand unleashed a dozen or so golden fist projections that instantly struck the treasures. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the 2 devils shuddered as they each took an involuntary step backward and threw up a mouthful of blood. The ghostly heads and golden light had been damaged by the ordinary-looking fist projections, and the 2 devils were also affected due to their spiritual connections with the treasures. Thankfully, those weren't their bonded treasures, so they didn't sustain any major injuries. Even so, the 2 of them were extremely stunned, and they hurriedly backtracked as they scrutinized the giant golden hand with wary expressions. As for Bing Qianren, he was also quite alarmed by this development, but he wasn't overly concerned as this entire place had already been surrounded by his 7 blood baleful chi and black-bone devilish insects. At this moment, the giant golden hand dissipated, revealing the azure-robed Hanli, who was holding the holy brick in a calm manner. "Who are you, and why are you robbing me of this holy brick?" Old Man Yang asked with a dark expression. Their earlier clash had told him just how fearsome Hanli was, so he could only repress his own fury. "You've already decided to part with this item, so why can't I take it? By the way, you have the other holy bricks, right, fellow Daoist Bing? You can hand them over as well," Hanli said as he turned to Bing Qianren. Bing Qianren jolted upon discovering his inability to ascertain Han Li's exact cultivation base, but he refused to concede. "You sure are a courageous man. Not only are you taking this holy brick from right under my nose, you're even going after the holy bricks in my possession now. Looks like you heard our entire conversation." "Indeed, I have the other holy bricks. Come and get them if you think you can." With the 7 blood baleful chi and black-bone devilish insects at his disposal, even late-stage devilish lords would have to flee from him, so he naturally wasn't going to fear this unfamiliar young man. "All right, in that case, don't mind if I do," Hanli chuckled before making a stride toward Bing Qianren. It seemed to only be an ordinary stride, but in the next instant, Hanli had covered a distance of several hundred feet in a blur, and he was now only several tens of feet away from Bing Qianren. Bing Qianren's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately swept his sleeves together, upon which the crimson light around him rose up into a wave that was over 100 feet tall before crashing down toward Hanli. Meanwhile, Bing Qianren himself had retreated to over 300 feet away. At the same time, his clone had vanished amid a flash of crimson light. "You think you can harm me with this baleful chi?" Hanli chuckled coldly as golden light erupted behind him, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The projection was over 100 feet tall, and had 3 faces that were identical to Han Li's. It opened its 6 eyes and swept its arms through the air, upon which a ball of golden light emerged in each of its 6 hands. Immediately thereafter, they were brought together and fused as one into a golden vortex that was around 10 feet in size. Countless golden and silver runes flew out of the vortex, then swept forth in all directions with unstoppable force. As soon as the crimson light reached close to Han Li's body, it was drawn into the golden vortex, and within the span of just a few breaths, close to half of the baleful qi in the air had vanished. Impossible! Bing Qianren exclaimed, but he didn't miss a beat as he immediately began to make a series of hand seals. The crimson light that was surging toward the golden vortex shuddered, then released a burst of power to try and struggle free from the suction force. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly increased his magic power output, upon which the golden vortex swelled to 5 to 6 times its original size, and the intensity of its suction force also increased by more than 10-fold. As a result, all of the crimson light warped and twisted before being torn apart, then surged toward the vortex as specks of crimson light. Bing Qianren was sweating profusely as he frantically made different hand seals to try and recover some of the baleful qi, all to no avail. Soon, none of the crimson light remained, and Bing Qianren roared with fury, "How dare you take my 7 blood baleful qi?" He then rubbed his hands together before raising them at once, and countless bolts of azure lightning came hurtling directly toward Han Li. The black swarm of insects in the surrounding area also converged toward Han Li at his behest. These black-boned devilish insects possessed incredible strength and bodies that were as hard as steel, making them even more fearsome than the 7 blood baleful qi, and Bing Qianren was sure that the strange golden vortex wouldn't be able to devour them. At the same time, spatial fluctuation erupted above Han Li, and a burst of faint black qi swept directly down toward Han Li. Within the black qi was a humanoid figure. It was none other than Bing Qianren's clone. Han Li remained completely expressionless, but with his enormous spiritual sense, he had naturally already sensed the surprise attack. The projection behind him swept its arms backward at his behest, and 6 golden balls of lightning shot forth directly toward the oncoming black qi in a flash. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the 6 balls of golden lightning exploded to form a golden lightning formation that inundated the clone. Within the formation were countless arcs of golden lightning that writhed like golden snakes. This was none other than Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. At Han Li's current cultivation base, his divine Devilbane lightning had become extremely formidable, even without being complemented by the lightning wield technique. An early body integration stage clone was naturally no match for the lightning, and the black qi was instantly nullified, revealing the horrified clone within it. The clone released several devilish treasures to try and withstand the lightning, but it only managed to last a few moments before it was completely destroyed amid a howl of anguish. Bing Qianren only had a chance to scream a few more times before his body was completely devoured by the gold-devouring beetles, leaving only a nascent soul that was enshrouded within crimson light, holding on for dear life by frantically controlling 8 black badges. The only reason it hadn't already perished was because Han Li had instructed the gold-devouring beetles to hold back. The nascent soul was completely petrified and began to beg for mercy, but Han Li completely ignored it and waved a hand through the air to draw a crimson bracelet into his grasp from afar. This was none other than Bing Qianren's storage bracelet. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the bracelet, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. There were indeed treasures in there, but no sign of the 3 holy bricks. "Fellow Daoist, I'll give you the holy bricks if you release me," Bing Qianren's nascent soul yelled in desperation. "You don't think I can find the 3 holy bricks myself?" Han Li chuckled coldly as he turned toward the nascent soul with blue light flashing through his eyes. As soon as his voice rang out, the gold-devouring beetles immediately sprang into action again and converged toward the nascent soul. The 8 black badges were indeed quite profound, but they were no match for the mature gold-devouring beetles and were instantly destroyed. The nascent soul was then devoured amid an anguished cry, and when the beetles flew back again, 3 long translucent bricks were revealed. So he was hiding these holy bricks in his nascent soul. If I hadn't used my spirit eyes to examine the nascent soul, I would have been fooled by him, Hanli murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. He then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light that carried the 3 bricks back to him. Not only did the 4 holy bricks contain all of the cultivation arts used by a sacred ancestor, they also contained the map to a set of secret treasures, so he naturally wasn't going to pass up on them. At this moment, a burst of explosions suddenly rang out behind him, and they were growing louder and louder. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he turned around, upon which he was greeted by the sight of Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who battling a giant purple cauldron several hundred feet away. The cauldron had released several massive runes, which were, in turn, releasing countless golden and silver runes, and layers of purple light had completely surrounded the 2 devilish lords. The cauldron was none other than the purple word cauldron, and Han Li had released it while taking care of Bing Qianren. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who had tried to escape during Han Li's battle with Bing Qianren, but they were trapped by the purple word cauldron. The 2 of them struggled with all their might, with one of them releasing powerful green fiery WIRMS, while the other had his golden gourd raised aloft, releasing balls of dazzling golden light that revolved around his body. However, the ancient runes flying out of the purple word cauldron were imbued with unfathomable power, and they nullified all of the opposing attacks while forming layers of restrictions in the nearby area that made it impossible for the 2 devils to escape. A pleased look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. As expected of an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, just the purple word cauldron alone was able to trap the 2 body integration stage devilish lords with ease. Furthermore, if he were to control the treasure in person, it would become more than twice as powerful as it currently was. Old Man Yang and Devilish Lord Jean who had naturally witnessed Han Li's crushing victory over Bing Qianren, and their hearts immediately sank now that he had turned his attention toward them. They weren't as naive as to think that Han Li would decide to let them go, and he was so powerful that they couldn't even muster up the urge to oppose him. Brother Jean, if we don't go now, we won't have another chance. Old Man Yang yelled in an urgent manner. Immediately thereafter, around a dozen top-grade devilish tools erupted out of his body amid a burst of green flames, and all of them exploded in unison. A string of earth-shattering booms rang out, and the powerful energy fluctuations from the detonating devilish treasures forced back all of the nearby restrictions. Old Man Yang immediately felt his own body become significantly lighter, and he fled as a streak of green light without any hesitation. Devilish Lord Jean who also gritted his teeth and sprang into action. His arms tremored, and the giant golden gourd that he was holding suddenly transformed into a shimmering golden Kirin projection amid a dull thump. The Kirin projection opened its mouth and expelled bursts of fearsome golden flames that melted through the restrictions set up by the purple word cauldron. Immediately thereafter, Devilish Lord Jean who was swept up by the Kirin projection and also fled the scene. Oh. I can sense a fire attribute Kirin aura from that treasure. That's rather interesting, Han Li murmured to himself with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he immediately made a hand seal before sweeping a sleeve through the air. The swarm of gold-devouring beetles instantly converged to form a giant blade that was over 100 feet in length at his behest before setting off in pursuit of Old Man Yang. At the same time, Han Li swept his sleeve through the air again, releasing an azure sword projection that sliced the Kirin projection in half along with Devilish Lord Jean who let loose a howl of anguish, but immediately made a hand seal, upon which the blood essence flowing out of his body fused into the projection as clouds of blood mist. The Kirin projection that had been sliced apart instantly regenerated before flying away with Devilish Lord Jean who again. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he yelled, "Come out!" A golden blur shot forth out of his body before landing on the ground, revealing itself to be a small golden beast. "Go on, I'm sure his treasure will be useful to you," Han Li instructed. "Thank you, Master." That treasure of his seems to contain some spirit bones of a fire Kiran, so it would indeed be immensely beneficial to me, the leopard Kiran beast replied in an elated voice. It then swelled to around 10 times its original size in a flash before rushing off in pursuit. With the leopard Kiran beast's speed and powers, it would have no issues taking care of a wounded devilish lord. In the blink of an eye, 4 streaks of light had disappeared into thin air while hurtling toward 2 different directions. As for Hanli himself, he descended upon a giant rock down below and began to meditate. Around 15 minutes later, Hanli's expression stirred slightly as he reopened his eyes, just in time to see the swarm of gold-devouring beetles racing back toward him from the distance. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward the swarm of beetles, upon which a faint smile appeared on his face, and the swarm dispersed at his behest before all of the beetles flew back up his sleeve as golden flowers. Immediately thereafter, a roar rang out in another direction, and the leopard Kiran beast also returned. After just a few flashes, it appeared directly above Hanli, then transformed into an adorable little girl who appeared to be 5 to 6 years of age, and her face was deathly pale as she hurriedly said, "Master, we have to run." "What happened? Did you let that devilish lord get away?" Hanli was rather taken aback to hear this. "No, I already killed that man, but there's a beast tide." "No, not a beast tide, it's an insect tide. There are lots and lots of devilish insects coming this way," the little girl said in a horrified manner as she frantically waved her little arms. "An insect tide." Hanli's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately cast his gaze toward the direction that the leopard Kiran beast had just returned from, only to find that there seemed to be nothing amiss. Hanli was rather perplexed by this, yet just as he was about to pose further questions to the leopard Kiran beast, the situation suddenly took a drastic turn. The distant sky abruptly dimmed, and a green line appeared before instantly becoming thicker, surging toward Hanli as a vast expanse of green mist. Hanli was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately released his spiritual power as blue light flashed within his eyes. The blurry and indistinct mist immediately became clearer in his eyes, and he could see countless small chartreuse devilish beasts within it. These beasts had the butterfly bodies and lion heads with chartreuse fur all over their bodies, and eyes that were as red as blood. Butterfly tail beasts. Why have they appeared here? Is this the insect tide you were referring to? Hanli asked as his expression eased slightly. Butterfly tail beasts possess lethal poison that posed a huge threat even to the average body integration stage being, but he had cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body, granting him immunity to all poisons, so he had nothing to fear. "Not them, behind them!" the little girl yelled as she continued to wave her arms frantically. "Behind them!" Hanli faltered slightly as he peered into the distance beyond the green mist, upon which his expression changed drastically. A purple cloud had appeared behind the purple mist, and in the beginning, it was only several kilometers in size. However, following the span of just a few breaths, it had spread to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth, and there was no end to it in sight. As soon as the green mist came into contact with the purple cloud, a sharp hissing sound rang out, and tens of thousands of dismembered butterfly-tail beast limbs instantly rained down from the green mist, while thin and sharp insect limbs that were around the length of chopsticks fell out of the purple cloud. At this point, Blood Crow City had been plunged into complete turmoil, and countless streaks of light were flying through the air, clearly indicating that the flight restriction had been lifted. Many devilish beings had gathered in groups within the city, and they were all holding discussions with grim expressions. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and a streak of yellow light shot forth in a flash. Hanli faltered slightly before catching the streak of yellow light, and it immediately exploded into a burst of flames while the Long family patriarch's voice was transmitted into his ears. It was only a brief message, but Hanli's expression stirred upon hearing it, and he immediately flew toward a certain corner of the city. A short while later, Hanli landed in a mundane-looking courtyard, and the Long family patriarch, the woman from the Yi family, the man from the Lin family, and Elder Hui were already waiting there, but the spirit beings were nowhere to be seen. Thank heavens you're here, fellow Daoist Han. If you had arrived any later, we would have most likely had to leave without you, the Long family patriarch said in an elated voice. What happened? Is it because of those devouring devilish ants? If so, there's no need to panic. At our speeds, we should be able to get away with no issues, Hanli said. The problem is that devouring devilish ant have appeared around Blood Crow City on all sides, and everyone in the city knows that the devilish beasts outside have been cornered here by the ant tide. The entire area in a radius of tens of thousands kilometers has already been surrounded by the ant tide, so even with our powers, we'd have to take a substantial risk if we want to escape, the Long family patriarch sighed. So this nearby area has already been completely surrounded by the ant tide. No wonder those devilish beings and devilish beasts are able to coexist in harmony. In that case, we have to escape right away. Once the Ant Queen emerges, Blood Crow City will be completely overrun, and it'd be next to impossible to escape then, Hanli said in a grim manner. I'm aware of that, but before we go, I have some things to say. In order to prevent the ant tide from focusing on and overwhelming our group, we have no choice but to split up and escape toward different directions. With how fearsome these devilish ants are, we'll most likely only reach true safety once we flee into the plains. The plains are extremely massive, so it'll be very difficult for us to meet up again. As such, the next place we gather at will be at Illusion Night City, which lies just in front of the Illusion Hall Desert. If we can make it out of the ant tide, travel toward the city right away. Once we get there, we can discuss the matters regarding the 8-footed devilish lizards in Illusion Hall Desert further, the Long family patriarch said. What if we get delayed or trapped somewhere and are unable to reach Illusion Night City? We can't just expect those who get there early to just keep waiting indefinitely, the man from the Lin family asked with furrowed brows. Rest assured, I've considered that as well, and I've decided that we'll gather at Illusion Night City on this same day 2 years later. Regardless of how many people get there by then, we'll set off right away. As for the exact meeting spot, we'll make it the largest inn in Illusion Night City, the Long family patriarch replied. 2 years should be enough as long as we don't encounter excessive difficulties along the way. I have no objections, Hanli agreed with a nod after a brief moment of contemplation. By the way, where are fellow Daoist Thousand Autumns and the others? Did something happen to them? Hanli asked. Peculiar looks appeared on everyone else's faces upon hearing this. Our fellow Daoists from the spirit race had already left 2 days ago. This is a jade slip left behind by fellow Daoist Thousand Autumns. Take a look for yourself, the woman from the Yi family explained as she tossed a white jade slip toward Hanli. A wry smile appeared on the Long family patriarch's face upon hearing this. Is that so? Let me take a look, Hanli said as he caught the jade slip before injecting his spiritual sense into it. After the span of just a few breaths, Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he withdrew his spiritual sense. So fellow Daoist Thousand Autumns and the others suddenly had to leave to take care of an urgent matter. They've also arranged to reunite with us at Illusion Night City, so there are no issues there. Indeed. I don't know what this urgent matter is, but it must truly be quite an important matter for them to leave in such a hurry and separate from us. The spirit beings are no less powerful than we are, so we don't have to worry about them. Now then, let's not delay any further. Many devilish beings have already begun to flee Blood Crow City, the Long family patriarch said in a grim voice as he cast his gaze into the distance. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he immediately released his spiritual sense in all directions. Sure enough, thousands of high-grade devilish beings had already split up into around a dozen groups and departed from Blood Crow City, traveling quickly toward the plains in the distance. As a result, the devilish beings left in the city became even more uneasy, and countless low-grade devilish beings were flying out of the city in all directions. In the blink of an eye, close to half of the residents of Blood Crow City had fled. With so many devilish beings fleeing at once, they'll provide great cover for us and significantly minimize the risk that we'll have to incur. However, it's very strange that the Blood Crow City Lord still hasn't appeared. If he were present to oversee proceedings, the situation surely wouldn't be as chaotic as it currently is, the man from the Lin family said with furrowed brows. A contemplative look also appeared in the Long family patriarch's eye upon hearing this. As for Hanli, his expression remained completely unchanged and didn't betray anything. After that, they didn't delay any longer and snuck out of the city along with a huge group of tens of thousands of devilish beings. As soon as these devilish beings left the city, they split up into around a dozen smaller groups and began to flee toward the same direction. It was clear that they were hoping to exploit potential holes in the ant tide. These devilish beings all had different cultivation bases, so their speeds naturally varied as well, and with no one to lead them, they quickly scattered into a disorganized rabble that extended for several tens of kilometers. The high-grade devilish beings at the front displayed no intention of slowing down and formed a group of their own. The low-grade and mid-grade devilish beings could only trail far behind and look on helplessly as the high-grade devilish beings disappeared into the distance. Hanli and the others didn't join those high-grade devilish beings. Instead, they flew along at a leisurely pace among the second group. Around 15 minutes later, an explosive boom suddenly rang out up ahead, and a huge purple cloud of devouring devilish ant emerged. Within the cloud of ants, bursts of black chi and lightning were rumbling incessantly, unleashed by none other than the high-grade devilish beings up ahead. The cloud of ants was over 100 acres in size, but in the face of the devastating attacks unleashed by the high-grade devilish beings, devilish ants fell from the heavens in massive burning clumps, and in the blink of an eye, close to half of the cloud of ants had been destroyed. The devilish beings further back let loose ecstatic cries upon seeing this and also joined on the attack. As a result, this cloud of devilish ants was wiped out within the span of just a few breaths. Many of the devilish beings were greatly encouraged by this, and they began to form the opinion that these devilish ants weren't actually as fearsome as they were rumored to be. However, the more experienced devilish beings still wore grim expressions and immediately continued onward after a brief conversation with one another. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly dimmed, and a layer of purple mist emerged without any warning before slowly descending from above. This mist was formed by tens of millions of devilish ants, and the entire sky had been turned purple by their staggering numbers. These devilish ants had hidden themselves high up in the air and swooped down to surround everyone after they were delayed by that smaller group of devilish ants. "We've been ambushed. Charge! We have to get out of here for a chance to survive." All of the devilish beings down below were instantly plunged into turmoil, and hundreds of streaks of light shot forth in different directions. As for how many of them would actually be able to escape, that was something that only the heavens knew. "Brother Han, Fairy Yi, there's no need to disguise our cultivation bases any longer, let's split up here," the Long family patriarch said with a dark expression as he raised a hand to summon a snowy white canoe, which he instantly flew onto. Elder Hui and the man from the Lin family also flew away toward different directions as streaks of light after exchanging a glance. "Fellow Daoist Han, I'll be going ahead," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile, and she released a burst of five-colored light, which transformed into a five-colored phoenix projection that swept up her body before vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, the fire-colored phoenix projection reappeared several thousand feet away, then disappeared after another flash. Hanli heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back amid a loud thunderclap. With a flap of those wings, he transformed into an azure and white thread of light that shot forth into the distance, and he also disappeared from view after just a few flashes. Thus, all of them had split up and gone their separate ways, detaching themselves from the devilish beings. They all possessed powers comparable to devilish lords, so they were naturally far faster than the average high-grade devilish being. Even before the sea of ants up above had fully descended, Hanli and the others had already rushed out from under them and flew away rapidly. As for the devilish beings behind them, they were instantly inundated by the purple clouds, and strings of loud explosions began to ring out once again. Hanli flew for close to 20,000 kilometers before his expressions changed slightly, and he suddenly stopped as he cast his gaze forward with a wry smile on his face. Several tens of kilometers away, another purple cloud had appeared, and it was rapidly surging toward him. "Looks like I'll have to force my way through. I hope I don't attract the attention of the Ant Queen," Hanli murmured to himself as he made a hand seal, and he gently flapped his wings to conjure up a series of fist-sized balls of azure lightning, all of which exploded to form a silver lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size beneath him. A loud thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of lightning sprang out of the formation, and Hanli chanted something while making a series of hand seals, following which he abruptly vanished from the center of the formation. Within the sea of ants close to 1,000 kilometers away, the same lightning formation reappeared, and silver lightning snakes flashed in a frenzy, destroying a massive patch of nearby devilish ants. However, more devilish ants converged from all sides and began to devour the flashing lightning. In the blink of an eye, the lightning area had shrunk down to just over half its original area, and it was on the verge of being destroyed. Right at this moment, Hanli emerged at the center of the formation amid a rumbling boom, and as soon as he appeared, he cast a cold gaze around himself while rapidly sweeping a sleeve through the air. 72 small azure swords shot forth in a unison, then formed a sword barrier that shielded him from all sides. The lightning formation was finally destroyed, and countless devouring devilish ants came surging toward Hanli. However, the rate at which he was expending magic power had accelerated slightly. Even though it was only a tiny amount of extra magic power expenditure, it would amount to something significant over an extended period of time. However, he possessed magic power that was far superior to other beings of the same cultivation base, so that wouldn't be a concern for a very long time. With that in mind, Hanli abruptly shrank the azure streaks of sword chi flying around him down from over 100 feet to only around 10 feet, then plunged headfirst into the depths of the sea of ants and was completely inundated after just a few flashes. Meanwhile, other devilish beings elsewhere had also plunged into the ant tide. All types of devilish treasures were summoned, and a vast array of devilish abilities were wreaking havoc, destroying large swarms of devilish ants. However, for low-grade devilish beings, their efforts were completely futile, and they would quickly exhaust their magic power before being devoured, but in the face of these oncoming devilish ants, they had no choice but to frantically resist. Those who had reached the nascent soul could last for about half a day or even a full day, and as for deity transformation stage and spatial temperan stage devilish, they were able to last several days or even as long as half a month against the devilish ants' relentless attacks. There was a staggering number of devilish beings and devilish beasts that had fled from Blood Crow City, and the ant tide couldn't trap all of them, so there was still hope for some of them to escape. Several hours later, the low-grade devilish beings finally exhausted their magic power one after another. Their devilish abilities and treasures began to fail, and blood-curdling cries rang out one after another. After half a day, only those at or above the nascent soul stage still remained. Due to the fact that the devilish beings and devilish beasts had fled in all directions, the ant tide was forced to split up into several tens of portions and gradually expanded along with their prey. Millions of kilometers away from Blood Crow City, there were 6 devilish beings flying through a large cloud of devilish ants. They consisted of 5 men and a woman, and one of the devilish men was releasing scorching flames, while another was emanating wisps of white glacial chi. All of the devilish ants that approached them were either incinerated into dust or frozen into chunks of ice. As for the devilish woman, she had an inky black antiquated mirror hovering over her head, and balls of azure light were erupting out of the mirror, then exploded to force back the approaching devilish ants. These three devilish beings were none other than the members of the High family who had intercepted Hanli several days ago. As for the other three devilish men, they appeared to be in their 40s and bore a resemblance to one another, clearly indicating that they were related by blood. These three devilish men weren't using any devilish treasures, but the inky black chi they were conjuring up was sweeping through countless surrounding devilish ants. All 6 of these devilish beings were at the spatial tempering stage, and they forced their way through the sea of ants for several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. The number of ants began to gradually decrease up ahead, and it seemed that they had reached the edge. The 6 devilish beings were naturally ecstatic to see this, but right at this moment, change suddenly struck. One side of the sea of devilish ants suddenly parted, and over 100 massive ants rushed out, each of which was around 10 feet in size. These ants were entirely green in color with translucent wings on their backs. They were extremely menacing to behold. As soon as they appeared, they immediately pounced toward the 3 related devilish men. "Look out, fellow Taoists, those mutated devilish ants are far more powerful than normal devouring devilish ant," the devilish woman yelled as her expression changed drastically. The 3 devilish men's hearts jolted upon hearing this, and they immediately combined their powers, unleashing a burst of devilish chi that transformed into a black worm before flying toward the giant ants. In retaliation, the giant ants opened their mouths to expel balls of purple liquid, all of which struck the black worm with unerring accuracy. A dull rumbling boom rang out, and plumes of yellow smoke billowed out from the sections of the black worm's body that had been struck. It was instantly shrunk down by close to half its original size, but the giant ants continued to expel more purple liquid, most of which were aimed at the 3 devilish men on this occasion. The 3 devilish men's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and one of them opened his mouth to expel a miniature shield that was several inches in size, then immediately injected his magic power into it. The shield instantly swelled to become a giant white shield that was several tens of feet tall. The surface of the shield was very bumpy and unsmooth, and it had been refined using countless white bones. Following the injection of magic power, black devilish patterns appeared over the surface of the shield, forming a black light barrier in front of the 3 devilish men. The balls of purple liquid struck the black barrier like rain, and white smoke rose up in a frenzy. The black light barrier immediately began to tremor violently, and it was rapidly shrinking at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. "Lend me your assistance, I can't stop them on my own," the man who had summoned the shield yelled in a horrified manner. The 2 other devilish men immediately rushed over to him before each laying a hand on one of his shoulders. Bursts of black chi immediately surged along their arms into the man's body as if the devilish chi possessed a life of its own. The trembling light barrier was instantly bolstered, but the 3 men were expending magic power at an alarming rate and unable to put up any retaliation. "Fellow Taoist High, please lend us your assistance," one of the devilish men hurriedly implored. "Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I'll get rid of these mutated devilish ants right away," the devilish woman replied before pointing a finger at the antiquated mirror up above. The mirror rotated on the spot before turning its surface toward the giant devilish ants, as if it were about to unleash some type of attack. Right at this moment, the devilish ants in another direction parted, and 500 to 600 additional azure ants rushed out from that opening. The devilish woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she immediately switched to a different hand seal, upon which the antiquated mirror transformed into a ball of azure light that swept up her body before flying away as a streak of spiritual light. Not only was she abandoning the 3 trapped devilish men, she was even leaving her own 2 subordinates behind. The 2 men from the High family were also quite alarmed to see this, and they fled into the distance as streaks of light as well, leaving the 3 desperate devilish men behind to curse their treacherous companions. Similar scenes were unfolding in many other places as well, and the emergence of these high-grade mutated devilish ants quickly spelled the downfall of many of the remaining devilish beings. All of the high-grade devilish beings that had been able to survive thus far either had special abilities or treasures that they could use to protect themselves or had fantastic luck. As for Han Li's group and the small handful of devilish lord-level devilish beings and devilish beasts, they were able to carve out a path through the ant tide for themselves through their individual powers. Even so, the devouring devilish ant had no intention of allowing the remaining people to escape. If even the slightest hint of complacency were to set in, the remaining survivors would immediately be swept up by the ant tide and be forced to fight for their lives again. Thus, one day passed by after another, and only after half a year did the devouring devilish ant tide gradually begin to disperse. 7 or 8 of the cities on the outskirts of the grassland had been destroyed, and hundreds of millions of devilish beings had been devoured by the devilish ants. This was a harrowing chapter in history for all devilish beings in the area, and the notorious reputation of devouring devilish ants was bolstered even further. A year later, a streak of azure light was flying over a black forest that was filled with massive trees. Close to 10 kilometers behind the streak of azure light was a flock of crimson-feathered birds that were giving chase in hot pursuit. The azure light paused momentarily, and several tens of streaks of sword chiefs shot forth from within it, slicing the dozen or so crimson birds at the forefront in half. Immediately thereafter, the streak of azure light continued onward, and the rest of the crimson birds let loose a few harsh squawks of fury, but didn't dare to pursue the streak of azure light any further. Only after flying for close to 10,000 kilometers did the streak of azure light slow down slightly, and within the azure light, Han Li was appraising a head-sized crimson crystal with a smile as he murmured to himself, "This is quite a large chunk of wind flame crystal. I'm sure it'll be of great use to me in the future." During the past years, he had been constantly traveling, and only after entering the plains did he truly manage to shake off the devouring devilish ant. After that, he traveled directly toward the Illusion Hall Desert as was the plan that everyone had decided on. These plains were an extremely perilous place for normal devilish beings, but Han Li naturally wasn't concerned, and along the way, he had discovered many materials and spirit medicines that were extremely rare in the spirit realm, which was naturally very pleasing for him. After picking up this huge piece of wind flame crystal from deep within a valley, he was immediately discovered by that flock of crimson devilish birds, and he only managed to scare them away after being pursued for half a day. Spiritual light flashed from Han Li's hand as he stowed the wind flame crystal away and continued on his journey. Half a day later, he arrived at the edge of the forest, and a boundless ocean appeared in the distance. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then eased slightly upon arriving at the realization that this was most likely an inland sea as opposed to an actual sea, so there wouldn't be anywhere near as many sea soul beasts in it. Azure light flashed, and Han Li flew directly onto the ocean, covering a distance of over 10,000 feet after just a few flashes. All of a sudden, countless blue streaks of light erupted out of the water, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he swept a sleeve downward, releasing a burst of gray light that transformed into countless thin azure gray threads, which punctured all of the oncoming streaks of blue light. Thumb-sized blue fish began to rain down from the heavens. These fish had no scales, and their heads were remarkably long and were as sharp as blades, giving them a very peculiar appearance. Han Li slew hundreds of these fish with just a single attack, but even more of them were shooting up out of the seawater. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he released more gray threads out of his sleeves, killing all of the oncoming flying fish. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of these blue fish had been slain, and his brutality seemed to have struck fear into the hearts of this school of fish as no more streaks of blue light came leaping out at him. Han Li calmly flicked his wrist, and the thin gray threads reverted back into a burst of light that returned up his sleeve. At the same time, he sped up slightly as he traveled deeper into the sea, and several hours later, the devilish sun had set and day had transitioned into night. Deep under the sea, a series of powerful auras began to emerge, and Han Li could occasionally see the limbs of some astonishingly massive sea beasts appearing on the surface of the ocean. His brows furrowed slightly, and he decided that it wouldn't be wise to continue traveling through the night. With his current powers, he didn't have to fear the powerful nocturnal soul beasts, but it was naturally best to avoid trouble as much as possible. On top of that, he had already traveled for over 10 days without any proper rest, so this was a good opportunity to rest and recuperate. With that in mind, he immediately released his spiritual sense to scan through an area with a radius of close to 1,000 kilometers. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly changed directions, and a black spot soon appeared on the surface of the ocean in the distance. Upon approaching the black spot, Hanli was able to identify it as an island that was several tens of kilometers in size. There were several mountains on the island that were over 10,000 feet tall, and the entire island was enshrouded within a layer of mist. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly swept his spiritual sense over the entire island, then immediately descended toward it. Moments later, the azure light receded, and Hanli appeared halfway up one of the mountains, where the entrance to a huge cave laid. Hanli glanced at the cave before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a small azure sword shot forth into the cave in a flash. Moments later, a rumbling beastly roar rang out from within the cave before abruptly falling silent after a sharp screech. The cave was extremely long, and only after traveling for around 500 to 600 feet did Hanli arrive in a more spacious area. There was a type of unknown hay spread over the floor of the cave, atop which sat two halves of a pangolin-like devilish beast carcass. Hanli flicked a spark toward the beastly carcass, and a flame was instantly ignited, incinerating the carcass and the hay into ashes. Thus, the entire cave became extremely clean. Only then did Hanli make his way to the center of the cave before taking a seat, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he released 4 translucent bricks out of his storage bracelet amid a flash of white light. These were none other than the holy bricks that he had obtained from the Blood Crow City Lord a year ago. This wasn't the first time that Hanli had examined them, and he raised a hand in a well-rehearsed manner, releasing 4 arcs of golden lightning out of his hand, which vanished into the 4 bricks in a flash. The 4 bricks instantly swelled to over 10 times their original size, forming 4 huge translucent walls with purplish-black text inscribed upon them. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and he began to carefully examine this text. Only after an hour did Hanli withdraw his gaze, and he fell into a contemplative silence. As expected of a sacred ancestor who was vastly renowned in the Elder Devil realm, the cultivation arts left behind by Qi Ling were truly formidable. It was a pity that he had already progressed so far in his Provenance True Devil arts. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to switch to a different main cultivation art. Even so, the cultivation arts and secret techniques recorded on the 4 holy bricks were very intriguing to him, and there were even 2 or 3 that he could cultivate right away. All of a sudden, Hanli made a few grabbing motions, and the 4 holy bricks immediately arranged themselves into a row in front of him, following which each of the bricks began to release a vibrant pillar of light. The 4 pillars of light overlapped, and a map that was several tens of feet in size was projected onto a stone face of the cave. The map was very clearly annotated, and the center of the map was a peculiar symbol depicting a black dragon with a single horn on its head. Hanli appraised the map with a contemplative expression, and after a long while, he swept a sleeve forward to release a burst of azure light that stowed the 4 holy bricks back into his storage bracelet. As a result, the map on the wall naturally also disappeared, and Hanli heaved a faint sigh as he fell into silent contemplation again. As soon as he had escaped from the devouring devilish ant, he had begun studying these 4 holy bricks. It only took him several days to decipher how they worked and to piece together the map of Qi Ling's secret treasures. Unfortunately, the map appeared to be extremely detailed, but didn't provide any context for the location that it depicted. For an outsider like Hanli, the Elder Devil realm was an extremely foreign place, so he had no idea exactly what area the secret treasures were hidden in. Hanli had bought some maps from Blood Crow City, but most of them were only general maps of the entire Elder Devil realm with barely any maps of specific regions to be found. As such, the only thing he could do was try to purchase more maps from the cities that he passed through to see if he could find more leads. With his current level of power, it wasn't like he absolutely had to find Qi Ling's secret treasures, but as long as it didn't hamper his main objective, he certainly wouldn't be opposed to tracking down the treasures. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli set this matter aside for now and made a hand seal, upon which a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin, and the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him. The projection opened its 6 eyes, then made a peculiar hand seal with each of its 6 hands. Meanwhile, Hanli flipped a hand over to produce a stack of formation plates of different colors, and he flicked his wrist to send them flying through the air as several tens of balls of spiritual light, all of which immediately vanished into the nearby surrounding space. In the next instant, 5 colored light flashed beneath him, and a formation that was several tens of feet in size emerged with him right at its very center. Light flashed within the formation, and there were extremely profound golden runes inscribed upon the formation. Hanli flicked his fingers toward the formation expressionlessly, and 7 or 8 top-grade spirit stones landed in it in a flash. He then made a hand seal before letting loose a thunderous low cry, and the entire formation emitted a buzzing sound, then formed a 5-colored light barrier that completely inundated his body. The faint devilish qi in the air was instantly forced out of the formation, and at the same time, bursts of pure spiritual qi emerged within the light barrier. Hanli took a deep breath as a pleased look appeared on his face, and he made a peculiar hand seal as an inky black vertical eye appeared on his glabella. Bursts of indistinguishable chanting rang out within the formation, and 3 faces of the true devil projection adopted the expressions of glee, rage, and sorrow, while its body began to flash erratically. At this moment, precise silver runes began to surge out of Hanli's body, and in the beginning, there were only several tens of these runes. However, as time passed, more and more silver runes began to emerge before swelling to the size of human fists as they swirled within the light barrier. At the same time, Hanli's body gradually began to turn as translucent as jade, and the scales over his skin vanished into his body as a series of golden runes. A low roar rang out as the silver runes within the light barrier transformed into countless shimmering silver threads, which shot forth toward Hanli like a torrential downpour. Hanli's body shuddered as all of the silver threads vanished into his skin in a flash, and the surface of his body began to bulge in different areas, as if they were egg-sized lumps roaming beneath his skin. At the same time, Hanli was struck by a scorching sensation in his flesh and blood while his meridians became extremely numb and itchy, striking him with the urge to claw into his flesh with his fingers. Only with Hanli's enormous spiritual sense was he able to withstand this indescribably painful sensation. If a normal body integration cultivator were in his place, they would either fall prey to qi deviation due to an inability to control their true essence, or be unable to continue to calmly cultivate. However, Hanli was able to remain completely still as he sat on the ground, withstanding the agony in an expressionless manner. Several hours later, a series of bones that were far thicker than those of a normal human became visible through his translucent body. Not only were these bones shimmering with faint silver spiritual light, their surfaces were also riddled with golden patterns. The patterns were barely visible and extremely thin, making them very easy to miss, but they formed a series of extremely profound golden runes that looked as if they had naturally grown on his bones. For those who were able to identify these runes, they would immediately be able to tell that this was golden seal text. For these runes to appear as a result of a cultivation art was a clear testament to just how extraordinary the cultivation art in question was, and it would most likely be sorely sought after even by Grand Ascension stage beings. This was none other than the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra that Hanli had begun cultivating again. It originated from the true immortal realm, and if Hanli could achieve full mastery of it, his physical body would become as powerful or even more powerful than that of a true spirit being. However, the cultivation art was naturally extremely difficult to master as well, and he had only dared to begin cultivating it again after progressing to the late body integration stage. As for when he would achieve full mastery of it, that would surely only come very far in the future. Perhaps he wouldn't even have gotten to that point after progressing to the grand ascension stage. With Han Li's current age, he had countless years ahead of him, so there was no hurry for him to work on this cultivation art. Time passed by slowly, and several hours later, Han Li reopened his eyes as a rumbling boom akin to a thunderclap erupted from all of his bones, and the golden light he was emanating abruptly became brighter. He made a hand seal, and the rumbling within his body instantly subsided. Only then did he heave a long sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face. Cultivating the true 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra was extremely painful. Even with his immensely powerful physical constitution, he wasn't able to cultivate it for long. If he were to cultivate it for an entire day, then his meridians would be severely damaged. After that, Han Li didn't immediately withdraw the surrounding formation. Instead, he waved a hand upward to dispel the golden projection, then placed his hands onto his knees and closed his eyes to meditate once again. Mere moments later, the golden light emanating from his body receded, only to be replaced by a layer of rainbow light that grew brighter and brighter. A layer of light also appeared over his face, and the black demonic eye on his glabella flashed incessantly as if it had sprung to life. After finishing his cultivation of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, he had begun cultivating the Spirit Refinement Technique. With his current late body integration stage magic power and physical body, he was finally able to cultivate this technique again. If he could master the second stage of the Spirit Refinement Technique, his spiritual sense would increase by several-fold. Even if he couldn't find the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, there would still be hope for him to progress to the grand ascension stage. Han Li was well aware of just how important this spirit refinement technique was, so he had been cultivating it every single day following the Battle of Deep Heaven City. However, he had only been cultivating it for a short time, and the second stage was far more profound than the first, so his progress was quite limited. It seemed that it would take a long time for him to master the second stage. Han Li had already predicted this, so he wasn't frustrated and merely continued to meditate patiently. The next morning, a streak of azure light rose up from the island, then shot forth into the distance. 2 days later, Han Li emerged out of this inland sea and entered a lush green mountain range. The mountain range was very humid, and there was mist of different colors that would occasionally rise up from the ground, concealing everything below an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 feet. In order to avoid being delayed by any devilish beasts that may have been lurking in the mist, Han Li was flying at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet. There were some powerful devilish birds that even Han Li didn't want to mess with residing at altitudes of over 100,000 feet, so he wouldn't fly any higher than this unless he had to. This mountain range was far more massive than he had imagined. He had thought that it would take him 3 to 4 days at most to fly out of it, but even after around half a month of flying, there were still no signs suggesting that he was close to emerging on the other side. This was rather surprising to him, and he also became more cautious. Even though he was flying at quite a high altitude, he was still attacked by several powerful devilish beasts, which posed a minor hindrance to him, but they were all incinerated by his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. After flying for a few more days, the trees and mountains down below became more sparse, and he was finally about to reach the other side. Han Li immediately sped up upon seeing this, yet right as he was flying over a barren mountain, his expression suddenly changed slightly as he abruptly stopped on the spot. He then cast his gaze toward a certain direction with a contemplative expression. Shortly thereafter, he seemed to have made a decision and flew directly toward the same direction he had just turned his attention toward. A short while later, he had flown for close to 1,000 feet, and he caught sight of a giant purple tree in the distance that was over 30,000 feet tall. In the air above the giant tree, there were a dozen or so devilish men and women battling a flock of crimson bats. These devilish beings were mostly comprised of deity transformation stage beings, while 3 of them were at the spatial tempering stage. They were setting up a formation, and had summoned several tens of treasures to ward off the crimson bats, of which there were over 30. Each of these bats was around 5 feet in size, and all of them had black devilish symbols all over their bodies. With each flap of their wings, a burst of grey devilish wind would sweep forth, and they were also blasting green flames out of their mouths. The wind enhanced the flames, creating a green sea of fire that completely trapped the group of devilish beings above the giant tree. Even though the devilish beings were unable to escape, the 3 spatial tempering stage beings among them were controlling several powerful treasures, and the formation they had created was quite profound, so they were able to withstand the sea of flames for now. There was a fragrant aroma rising up from down below, and it was stemming from several thumb-sized green fruits growing on the tree's massive canopy. Hanli didn't pay much heed to the bats and devilish beings, focusing most of his attention on those fruits instead. Those are the purple spirit fruits of the purple light tree. Such a massive purple light tree is exceedingly rare, Hanli murmured to himself. Purple spirit fruits were a type of rare spirit fruit, and these ones were growing on such a huge tree, so it was possible that they could have some additional special effects. However, the effects of these spirit fruits were only applicable to cultivators below the body integration stage, so they were no longer useful to Hanli. Thus, he quickly withdrew his gaze and finally turned his attention to the group of devilish beings. Among them, the deity transformation stage devilish beings were in some trouble. Their faces had become quite pale, and it was quite clear that they were about to exhaust their supplies of magic power soon. If they were to falter, then their joint formation would fall apart, and they would all be killed along with their 3 spatial tempering stage companions. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly, yet before he had a chance to consider how he should treat this situation, one of the 3 spatial tempering stage devilish beings suddenly yelled, "Fellow Daoist, I am from the Bai family of Illusion Night City. If you're willing to assist us, our Bai family will be sure to reward you handsomely." The devilish being who had spoken was a beautiful young woman in a green dress who appeared to be in her 20s. She had already noticed Hanli and was finally calling out for help. Hanli had naturally disguised his cultivation base, so he was currently only releasing a spatial tempering stage aura. The Bai family of Illusion Night City. The Bai family that's renowned for producing incense? Hanli asked as his expression changed slightly. I can see that you've heard of our Bai family, fellow Daoist. If you want, I can swear a vow on my inner demons that you'll be rewarded for saving our lives. The woman had clearly misconstrued Hanli's hesitant expression. Hanli was silent for a moment before replying, "Seeing as you're from the Bai family, I'm obliged to assist you, but I hope you won't forget your promise." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and his body swelled to around 30 to 40 feet tall while black scales appeared all over his skin. His hands also transformed into a pair of black devilish claws with fingers as sharp as blades, and as soon as the transformation was complete, Hanli rushed directly toward the crimson bats amid a gust of fierce devilish wind. Five black claws projections descended from above, and the giant bat immediately flapped its wings in alarm, propelling itself to the side like a speeding arrow. Despite its huge frame, it was surprisingly agile. Hanli harumphed coldly upon seeing this and abruptly brought his fingers together, upon which the 5 claw projections instantly sped up by several fold, tearing one of the giant bat's wings into pieces in a flash. The giant bat let loose a howl of agony, and a hint of horror appeared in its enraged eyes. It frantically flapped its remaining wing a few times before releasing countless thin crimson threads out of its body. The threads were as red as blood, and as soon as they appeared, they instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist that concealed the bat's entire body. Hanli made a grabbing motion downward with his other arm as well, conjuring up countless claw projections amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the cloud of blood mist was instantly destroyed. Right at this moment, a streak of crimson light shot forth just as the blood mist was dispersed, and it instantly appeared over 10,000 feet away, then vanished into the distance in a blur. blood shadow evasion. A peculiar look appeared on his face as he identified the movement technique that the giant bat was using, but his expression then immediately returned to normal as he cast his gaze toward the remaining crimson bats. Without the leadership of the giant bat and having had many of them already slain by Hanli, the remaining devilish bats were no longer able to pose a sufficient threat to the group of devilish beings with their green flames. Instead, the devilish beings took advantage of this opportunity to retaliate, unleashing powerful abilities to force back the sea of flames little by little. Meanwhile, Hanli merely crossed his arms and looked from afar, displaying no intention to take any further part in this battle. The remaining devilish bats naturally gave Hanli a wide berth as well in fear of incurring his wrath. Around 15 minutes later, the devilish beings finally broke out of the sea of flames and slew close to half of the remaining devilish bats. The bats that survived quickly fled for their lives, not daring to linger around the giant tree any longer. The young devilish woman was clearly the leader of this group, and after taking care of the devilish bats, she immediately flew over to Hanli before extending a curtsy. "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Daoist. My name is Bai Yunxin, these are my brothers, Bai Yin and Bai Ying. May I ask your name, fellow Daoist?" The woman was speaking to Hanli in a very polite manner. As for the other two spatial tempering stage devilish beings, Bai Yin was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, while Bai Ying was a middle-aged scholar. The two of them also hurriedly expressed their gratitude toward Hanli. "My surname is Han, I'm only a vagrant cultivator, but I've heard much about your Bai family. I've heard that the incense produced by your Bai family is capable of calming the mind and warding off sinister beings. I'd love to see it in action," Hanli said in a calm manner as he cupped his fist in a salute. "A vagrant cultivator. I can see that you possess incredible powers, Brother Han. You must be an unfathomable cultivator who rarely shows himself in public. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you," Bai Yunxin said with a smile. "I'm no unfathomable cultivator, but it is indeed true that I don't show myself in public much. This place is quite far away from Illusion Night City. Could it be that you came here for these purple spirit fruits?" Hanli asked. Bai Yunxin's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she calmly negotiated. "Indeed, our Bai family is planning to refine a type of spirit pill that requires these purple spirit fruits as one of the main ingredients. We've been scouring through these plains for many years and only just discovered this purple light tree. If it weren't for your help, there's no way we would have been able to secure these spirit fruits, so we should be splitting half of them with you. However, these fruits are extremely important to our Bai family, so would you be willing to accept devil stones in compensation instead?" Rest assured, Fairy Bai, I have no need for these purple spirit fruits, so we'll do as you say, Hanli chuckled in response. Bai Yunxin was very relieved to hear this, and she smiled as she said, "Thank you for your generosity, Brother Han. I'll get them to prepare the devil stones for you right away." After that, she instructed the others to begin picking the purple spirit fruits on the giant tree. After the spirit fruits were picked and placed into a special box, Bai Yunxin handed a storage bracelet full of devil stones to Hanli. Hanli accepted the storage bracelet, then injected his spiritual sense into it before stowing it away in a calm manner. Bai Yunxin's smile became even more pronounced upon seeing this, and she said, "Where are you traveling to next, Brother Han? If you don't mind, how about returning to Illusion Night City with us? There are some specialty local products in the city that I'm sure will be of great help to you, and on top of that, I've already sworn a vow on my inner demons to thank you for saving us. If you return to our Bai family with us, our seniors will be sure to reward you handsomely for your efforts, so please don't refuse." This Bai Yunxin was clearly inclined to befriend Hanli upon witnessing his astonishing powers. "There's a senior in our Bai family who's also very adept in body refinement techniques. I'm sure you'll benefit immensely through receiving guidance from him, Brother Han. You've just saved our lives, so I'm sure that senior wouldn't turn you down," Bai Ying also chimed in.
Oh.
Which senior of the Bai family is this? It looks like I really will have to pay him a visit, Hanli said with an intrigued expression. This senior of our family is rather renowned in our holy realm, and he's cultivated the heaven refinement devilish arts to the extreme. He's only one step away from becoming a sacred ancestor, and he's known as Layman Futian. Have you heard of him, Brother Han? Bai Yunxin replied with a smile. I haven't, but it would surely be a fantastic opportunity for me to receive guidance from a senior with such a high level of mastery in devilish body refinement techniques. I wasn't planning to go anywhere in particular next, so I'll accompany you to Illusion Night City. When are you planning to return to the city? I don't have too much time on my hands, Hanli replied in a calm manner. Rest assured, Brother Han, we ventured into these plains solely for the purple spirit fruits. Now that we've obtained them, we'll head back to the city after resting for a few days to recover our magic power, Bai Yunxin replied with an ecstatic expression. Hanli nodded in response and didn't say anything further. After that, they settled down at a nearby small mountain and opened up a temporary cave abode to meditate in. 5 days later, after the members of the Bai family had recovered most of their magic power, they immediately released a giant flying arc that was over 100 feet in length, which carried them and Hanli back toward Illusion Night City. Several months later, there were 7 nascent soul stage devilish beings split up into 2 groups locked in an intense battle on the border of the plains. 3 of them were wearing yellow brocade robes and wielding 3 identical black flying daggers that were releasing black devilish flames. As for the other 4, they wore long white robes and were controlling 4 translucent white flying swords that were releasing bursts of snowflakes that swept forth in a frenzy. The devilish flames and glacial chi intertwined in mid-air before exploding into balls of devilish chi, and the 7 devilish beings appeared to be quite evenly matched. On the ground down below laid the carcass of what appeared to be a giant devilish mouse. It was over 100 feet in length with shimmering golden fur, and it was quite clear that this was no ordinary devilish beast. The 7 devilish beings were clearly fighting over this carcass. All of a sudden, a white-robed young man harumphed coldly as he suddenly patted a leather pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of black chi immediately surged out, then transformed into a menacing 2-headed devilish lion. The lion was entirely inky black in color and was around 50 to 60 feet tall. It opened its 2 mouths in unison, releasing countless inky black wind blades. The 3 flying daggers flashed incessantly in the face of the torrential downpour of wind blades, and they were forced onto the back foot by the 4 flying swords. The 3 yellow-robed devilish beings were stunned to see this, and a long-haired elderly man among them exclaimed, "That's a nightmare lion. You dare to bring out your family's guardian beast? Aren't you afraid of being punished if any harm were to befall this beast? Hee, 3 pieces of trash like you won't be able to harm our Ning family's guardian beast. If you know what's good for you, then piss off. I'm not handing over this golden dawn mouse to you," the white-robed young man who had released the devilish lion sneered. The long-haired elderly man's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. One of the other yellow-robed men transmitted his voice to the long-haired elderly man. "Big brother, this situation is heavily against our favor, we should make a retreat." The elderly man hesitated for a long while before a determined look finally appeared on his face. "I've already been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for centuries, and this golden dawn mouse is extremely rare. Its inner core will be extremely important for me to make a breakthrough, so please lend me your assistance. If we succeed, you'll have my eternal gratitude." "What? Are you planning to unleash that secret technique? But if you do that, not only will your true essence be severely depleted, you'll be struck by a variety of negative after effects as well," the final yellow-robed man interjected in an alarmed manner. "If I can't progress to the deity transformation, then my life will be close to coming to an end, so I have no choice but to make this gamble," the elderly man said as he gritted his teeth. "In that case, we'll do everything in our power to protect you. Be careful, big brother, we'll try to stall the enemies for as long as possible." The other two yellow-robed men agreed in unison after exchanging a glance, and the elderly man naturally extended words of gratitude toward them. In the next instant, the two yellow-robed devilish men abruptly stepped forward, and the devilish flames around the two flying daggers they were controlling reared upon by about twofold. The two daggers then transformed into a pair of devilish pythons that managed to just barely withstand the attacks from the flying swords and devilish lion, but judging from their strained expressions, it was quite clear that they wouldn't be able to keep this up for too long. Meanwhile, the long-haired elderly man pointed a finger toward his own flying sword, and it flew back to him as a streak of black light before vanishing into his body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with both hands. Several thin and long blades that resembled wicker leaves appeared between his fingers. However, just as he was about to plunge these blades into his own dantian, spiritual light suddenly flashed in the distance, and a giant ball of light appeared before hurtling toward them at an incredible speed. The elderly man's heart jolted as he hurriedly stopped what he was doing and turned toward that direction. Within the ball of yellow light was a giant flying ark that was over 100 feet in length, and it was clearly not a flying treasure that a normal devilish being could possess. At the front of the ark stood several people, who were appraising the 7 combatants from afar. The elderly man's eyes immediately lit up with elation at the sight of this giant ark. "That's our family's vast yellow wood ark. Could it be that seniors of our family have just returned from the plains?" Everyone else stopped what they were doing as well, and the other 2 yellow-robed men were also looking on with elation, while the 4 white-robed devilish beings were far less ecstatic. After just a few flashes, the giant ark appeared in the air above the 7 devilish beings before drawing to a halt. Immediately thereafter, a cold female voice rang out. "Aren't you the 3 brothers from my 9th uncle's family? Why are you battling these people from the Ning family?" The one who had spoken was none other than Bai Yunxin, and she was accompanied at the front of the ark by her 2 brothers and Han Li. After several months of non-stop travel, they had finally reached the border of the plains and stumbled upon these battling devilish beings. Bai Yunxin immediately identified the 3 white-robed devilish men, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. The long-haired elderly man's elation grew even more pronounced at the sight of Bai Yunxin, and he hurriedly replied, "Junior Bai Ming pays his respects to his seniors. These members of the Ning family are trying to take the golden dawn mouse that we killed. Please stand up for us, seniors." "Oh. Golden dawn mice are quite rare. It's a brilliant stroke of luck that you were able to hunt one down at the border of these plains. This beast was slain by my juniors, so what right do you have to try and take it? Piss off." Bai Yunxin said in a cold voice as she turned toward the 4 white-robed devilish men. The 4 of them were naturally furious upon hearing this, and the young man who had released the 2-headed devilish lion opened his mouth to try and argue, but one of his companions immediately clamped a hand over his mouth to stop him. After that, they dragged him away and immediately fled from the scene. Bai Yunxin didn't pay any heed to this, and she turned to Han Li with a smile as she said, "Sorry you had to see that, Brother Han, that was just a conflict among some juniors. Seeing as we've already reached the border of the plains, we're not far away from Illusion Night City. Illusion Night City is situated between the plains and the Illusion Hall Desert, so we should arrive back at the city in about a month." "I see, but aside from Illusion Night City, I'm also very interested in the Illusion Hall Desert. I heard it's one of the most renowned restricted regions in our holy realm," Han Li replied with a calm smile. Bai Yunxin was rather taken aback to hear this, but she put on a slightly seductive smile, and replied, "Hee, I didn't think that you'd be interested in the Illusion Hall Desert, Brother Han. It would indeed be extremely dangerous for people outside of Illusion Night City to venture into the desert, but if you're interested, I can tell you about it in greater detail during the rest of our journey." "That would be great," Han Li also replied with a smile. Thus, the giant ark continued onward, and Han Li and Bai Yunxin made their way toward the guest cabin of the ark. Meanwhile, Bai Yin and Bai Ying exchanged a knowing smile upon seeing this. As for the long-haired elderly man, he extended an elated bow toward the giant ark before descending onto the ground with his companions and began to dissect the Golden Dawn mouse carcass. As for whether they had slain the beast or were stealing the prey of the 4 members of the Ning family, that was no longer important. Chapter 2051, Illusion Night City. Around 5 to 6 days later, the giant ark finally flew out of the plains, and a vast mountain range appeared up ahead, comprised of a series of dark green mountains that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The giant ark flew into the mountain range, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. Around a month later, a giant city that had been constructed from a yellow stone material appeared in the distance within a basin. The city spanned an area of close to 1,000 kilometers, and half of it had been constructed next to a mountain, while the other half was surrounded by city walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. The entire city was enshrouded under a yellow light barrier, clearly indicating the presence of a profound super restriction. Han Li stood at the front of the flying ark and appraised the city in the distance with a contemplative expression. "This is Illusion Night City, Brother Han. It can't compare with the super cities of our holy realm, but it's quite a large city considering the secluded geographic location. There are over 10 devilish lords in the city, and our Bai family is one of the city's 4 major families. Regardless of whether you want to purchase something or if you encounter some trouble, you should be able to get a favorable outcome by revealing your ties with our Bai family," Bai Yunxin said with a smile. "Thank you, Fairy Bai. I really was planning to purchase some things in the city," Han Li also replied with a smile. "You're all by yourself anyway, so why don't you stay in our Bai family's guest pavilion, Brother Han? With your cultivation base, I'm sure the seniors of our family wouldn't object," Bai Yunxin proposed. "Have you still not given up on recruiting me to your Bai family?" Han Li chuckled upon hearing this. "You've already reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and judging from how easily you were able to slay those devilish bats, you must be extremely close to progressing to the body integration stage. A vagrant cultivator of your powers would be eagerly sought after by any major power, and our Bai family is certainly no exception," Bai Yunxin replied with a completely unabashed smile. "Unfortunately, I'll have to turn you down again. I have no intention of submitting to any power. I'm currently facing a major bottleneck, and I need to travel for some time for a chance to become a devilish lord. As such, I won't be joining any power for the next few centuries. However, I can promise you that if I do consider joining a certain power in the future, I'll definitely prioritize your Bai family in my consideration," Han Li replied. "I'll hold you to your word then, Brother Han. The doors of our Bai family will always be open to you. As for your meeting with Senior Futian, I'll get that arranged once we get back. Seeing as you saved our lives in the plains, there should be no issues arranging the meeting," Bai Yunxin sighed in a slightly forlorn manner. All of a sudden, Han Li changed the subject in a seemingly nonchalant manner. "I heard that it would be best to have an 8-footed devilish lizard steed if one were to travel through the Illusion Hall Desert. Does your Bai family own any of these devilish beasts?" 8-footed devilish lizards. "Are you planning to enter the desert, Brother Han?" Bai Yunxin was rather taken aback to hear this. "Indeed, and walking through the desert would take far too long," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "We do, but it's most likely not going to be possible for you to obtain one. None of the 4 major families in the city would be willing to sell any 8-footed devilish lizards to outsiders," Bai Yunxin said with furrowed brows. "Oh. Why is that?" "If the price is the issue, then I can assure you that I should be able to afford one," Han Li asked. "You won't be able to purchase any of the devilish lizards no matter how many devil stones you offer. The rarity of these devilish beasts is one reason behind this, but most importantly, these devilish lizards form the basis of our major families, so they're extremely important to us," Bai Yunxin replied after a brief hesitation. "What do you mean by that?" Han Li was truly perplexed now. The reason behind this concerns a secret that I won't be able to disclose to you without permission from the seniors of our family. If you'd like, you can ask Senior Fujian about this when you meet him. If he decides to disclose this information to you, then there won't be any issues, and only the most important seniors of our family have the right to make decisions on these 8-footed devilish lizards, Bai Yunxin replied in a slightly guarded manner. I see. It looks like I'll have to speak to Senior Fujian if I want to obtain an 8-footed devilish lizard then, Hanli said in a contemplative manner. Bai Yunxin nodded in response and didn't say anything further. At this point, the giant ark had finally reached Illusion Night City, and it descended right in front of a city wall that was several hundred feet tall. There were some devilish beings entering and exiting the city, and all of them immediately gave the yellow ark a wide berth with awe and veneration in their eyes. It seemed that all of them recognized this giant ark. Hanli and the devilish beings of the Bai family emerged from the ark, and Bai Yunxin made a hand seal, upon which the giant ark shrank down into a tiny streak of yellow light that vanished into her body in a flash. After that, all of them made their way toward the city gate in an excited manner. Having been away from home for so long, they were naturally very glad to be back. As for Hanli, he wore a faint smile and wasn't eye-catching in the slightest as he made his way through the crowd. There were around a dozen armored guards standing in front of the city gate, and they immediately extended respectful bows toward Bai Yunxin's group, then stepped aside to grant them priority passage into the city. The passers-by paid no heed to this at all, clearly already accustomed to this discriminatory treatment. Bai Yunxin gave the guards a slight nod before leading the way into the city, upon which Hanli was immediately greeted by the sight of countless earthy yellow houses that stretched for as far as the eyes could see. There were several remarkably wide streets between these houses, far less so than in the average city. Furthermore, there was the occasional giant structure interspersed among these buildings, such as pagodas and multi-story pavilions. Hanli only briefly inspected his surroundings before withdrawing his gaze. Not only was there a flight restriction in the city, there was also an extremely potent spiritual sense restriction. Even with his enormous spiritual sense, he couldn't sense anything with good clarity more than several kilometers away. Of course, it wasn't that Hanli couldn't extend his spiritual sense further than that. However, if he were to do that, he would definitely trigger the restriction, thereby exposing his own cultivation base. Moments later, the group from the Bai family suddenly stopped after making their way onto a certain street. Hanli raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask any questions. Shortly thereafter, several carriages that were drawn by a dozen or so creatures that resembled both horses and deers arrived at the other end of the street, then quickly drew to a halt in front of Hanli and the others. All of the carriages had a Bai character emblazoned on the side, and each carriage was being driven by a man in a leather robe. The man on the first carriage jumped down before extending a respectful bow toward Bai Yunxin. I pay my respects to the esteemed young mistress. I was sent here by Master to take you home. Bai Yunxin nodded in response before turning to Hanli with a smile. Brother Han, are you really not planning to visit our Bai family? If you return to the family with us, perhaps you'll be able to meet Senior Fujian today. Thank you for the offer, but I plan to travel around in the city for now, so I'll pay your Bai family a visit another day, Hanli said with a smile, and he cupped his fist in a salute. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. This jade pendant is something that I can be identified by. With this jade pendant, you'll be able to directly come and find me in our Bai family without being questioned, Bai Yunxin said with a slightly wistful look as she flipped her hand over to produce an azure jade badge, which she tossed toward Hanli. Hanli caught the jade pendant before taking a look at it, upon which he discovered that there were some crimson threads interwoven into its surface, indicating that it hadn't been refined using ordinary jade. There was an image of an ascending woman engraved onto the badge, and the woman bore a strong resemblance to Bai Yunxin. Hanli nodded as he stowed the jade pendant away, and the group from the Bai family departed on the beast-drawn carriages. As for Hanli, He immediately departed toward another street and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Even though there weren't any sacred ancestors in Illusion Night City, it was naturally still quite renowned due to the presence of over 10 devilish lords, and the number of high-grade devilish beings in the city also far exceeded that of normal cities of this scale. In contrast with Blood Crow City, this city had far more buildings of all different types. Not only were there ordinary shops such as material and ingredient shops, there were also many dojos that taught specific devilish arts, which presented quite an intriguing sight to Hanli. These were similar to the dojos that taught different cultivation arts in the spirit realm, and Hanli couldn't help but wonder if these had always existed or if the devilish beings had stolen the idea from the spirit realm. While passing by a tall pagoda, a hint of surprise flashed through Hanli's eyes at the sight of the plaque hanging above the door. The 3 devilish beings from the Ning family paid no heed to this, but Hanli carefully inspected the pair of puppets with blue light flashing through his eyes, then suddenly asked in an intrigued voice, "These puppets seem to even more powerful than the average nascent soul stage being, but the refinement method used on them seems to be quite special. Did your pagoda refine these puppets yourselves or purchase them from elsewhere?" According to the information that he had gathered about the Elder Devil Realm, these 2 puppets clearly hadn't been refined using any of the several types of common refinement techniques in the Elder Devil Realm. The refinement method and materials used were both very crude, but the puppets' powers belied the rough craftsmanship, and that was quite interesting to Hanli. Indeed, the refinement method used for these devil crystal puppets was rather special. They can't be possessed and controlled by spiritual sense, but they can complete some simple tasks while being controlled by treasures prepared in advance. They were crafted using our pagoda's secret refinement technique that isn't sold anywhere else, but if you're interested, a deal isn't entirely non-negotiable, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Devil crystal puppets, I am indeed interested in them, but we'll discuss this later, Hanli replied in an indifferent manner. The middle-aged man was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he still maintained his smile as he replied, "All right, then I'll be opening the gate now." Immediately thereafter, he strode over to the golden gate before pressing the metal badge against it. The golden gate opened on its own, and faint white light came spilling out from within. The middle-aged then stepped away to the side and made an inviting hand gesture. Even though the other 3 devilish beings were from the Ning family, they didn't dare to disrespect a spatial tempering stage being like Hanli, so they could wait for him to enter first. Hanli gave a slight nod before making his way through the gate. Beyond the gate were several formations of different sizes, which formed a series of cylindrical white light barriers, within which were trapped several tens of devilish men and women in different attire. All of them had faint devilish patterns on their faces, clearly indicating restrictions had been placed on their bodies. The ones with the highest cultivation bases among them were only at the core formation stage, while the weakest ones were only at the chi condensation stage. The middle-aged man was about to start talking again, but Hanli interjected, "You can go now, I'll take a look here for myself." The middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to speak any further upon hearing this. "In that case, I'll go and serve the other guests, please pardon me, senior." Thus, the middle-aged men made their way over to the people from the Ning family. "Fellow Taoists, if you'd like to buy some servants, then these ones should be ideal." Chapter 2053, Female Slave. "In that case, I'll take you to the other level to examine the puppets," the middle-aged man immediately replied in an obedient manner. After that, he made his way out of the room, then waved his metal badge to close the gate before walking over to the teleportation formation through which they had come from. Hanli followed along in an expressionless manner, yet just as they were about to step onto the formation, a burst of buzzing rang out, following which several humanoid figures emerged amid a flash of white light. The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly upon seeing this, and he peered into the formation, upon which his expression immediately darkened slightly. The people that had just appeared in the formation were comprised of 4 black-armored devilish guards, a brocade-robed elderly man, and a blue-robed young woman. The elderly man was at the deity transformation stage, while the young woman was at the core formation stage and was quite a beauty. However, she had a layer of black devilish patterns all over her body to restrict her cultivation base, clearly indicating that she was a newly arrived slave. Hanli reflexively swept his spiritual sense toward the young woman, upon which his pupils abruptly contracted with incredulity. The elderly man's expression also darkened at the sight of the middle-aged, following which he greeted with a fake smile, "Greetings, shopkeeper Fang. Have you brought this guest here to pick out some slaves? If none of them were to his liking, I have some new slaves that may be of interest to him." "There's no need for that. Senior Han is more interested in the devil crystal puppets, so you can keep your slaves to yourself, shopkeeper Huang," the middle-aged replied in a cold voice, and they were clearly not on good terms. The elderly man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before he turned to Hanli with a respectful salute. "Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Han. If you're interested in the puppets, I have some exceptional ones that I can show you." "What are you trying to do, shopkeeper Huang?" "I'm serving Senior Han, and I have more than enough devil crystal puppets in my collection for Senior Han to choose from, so you should focus on what you're doing. Take this new slave of yours, and... This slave has no trace of devilish chi in her body. She's not from our holy realm," the middle-aged man exclaimed as he turned his attention to the young woman. "Hee, have you only just figured that out? This woman is no ordinary slave, and I expended a lot of effort to acquire her. Setting that aside for now, I've seen the devil crystal puppets in your possession. They may be enough to fool some nascent soul stage beings, but they would surely be an insult to Senior Han's eyes," shopkeeper Huang chuckled. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man immediately flared up with rage, only for Hanli to suddenly raise a hand and interject, "We'll talk about the devil crystal puppets later. How much are you selling her for?" "I'm taking her." Hanli pointed at the yellow-robed young woman as he spoke. "My apologies, Senior, but she's already been taken by someone else, so I won't be able to sell her to you," the elderly man hurriedly said with an apologetic smile. "Oh. Can slaves be reserved in the Myriad Slave Tower?" Hanli asked as he turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "Absolutely not. Our pagoda has always operated on a first-come first-served basis. Shopkeeper Huang, why can't you sell this slave to Senior Han?" "Are you worried that he won't be able to afford her?" the middle-aged man asked with a smile. "This is a slave that was requested by Senior Zhao Wenhao. If I hand her over to someone else, who's going to answer to Senior Zhao?" the elderly man snapped. "What? This slave was requested by Senior Zhao?" The middle-aged man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before turning to the young woman with a hesitant expression. "Who is this Zhao Wenhao?" Hanli asked in a calm manner. The middle-aged man faltered slightly before replying with a forced smile, "Senior Zhao is the master of the Zhao family. It would not be wise to offend him over a mere core formation stage slave." "The master of the Zhao family. He must be a spatial tempering cultivator as well then. In any case, I'm taking her. If he has any objections, then he can come and find me himself," Hanli replied with a cold smile. Both the middle-aged man and elderly man's expressions changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man still wanted to say something further, but Hanli abruptly strode forward and appeared between the 4 armored guards in a flash, then reached out to grab onto the young woman's arm before reappearing in his original spot in a flash. Everything had taken place in the span of just a single breath. The elderly man faltered slightly before immediately flaring up with rage. "What is the meaning of this, Senior? Are you planning to take a slave from our pagoda by force? You may be a spatial tempering stage being, but our pagoda is not to be messed with either." The 4 devilish guards hurriedly raised their weapons in a wary manner, and the middle-aged man reflexively took a couple of steps backward before opening his mouth to say something, but decided against it in the end. As for the yellow-robed young woman, she was looking up at Hanley with a perplexed expression. Hanley completely ignored the elderly man's threat and instantly injected a wisp of magic power into the young woman's body through her arm, upon which his expression changed drastically. There's no mistaking it, it really is that cultivation art. If you can't make a decision on this, then shut up. I'll find someone else who can make the decision for myself. Hanley harumphed coldly as an extremely fearsome aura erupted from his body, picking up the 2 deity transformation stage devilish beings and hurling them back over 100 feet. Only after their backs had crashed into the walls of the pagoda did they manage to steady themselves, but their faces had turned completely pale, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. As for the 4 devilish guards, they were instantly slammed onto the ground and completely immobilized by the devastating aura. Hanley had made an effort to protect the yellow-robed young woman, so she remained unaffected, but she was also completely dumbstruck. The aura emanating from Hanley's body continued to swell drastically, and it encompassed the entire pagoda. All of the restrictions in the pagoda began to tremor in the face of his terrifying aura, and loud sirens had begun to blare. Such a loud commotion naturally alerted the more powerful devilish beings in the pagoda. There were 2 devilish elderly men meditating in a secret chamber on the highest level of the pagoda, and as soon as they sensed this aura, they immediately sprang up before flying out of the secret chamber as quickly as they could. Chapter 2054. Encountering the maiden cultivation art again. Even though the myriad slave tower had no lack of devilish lord-level elders, there wasn't such a powerful being in the Illusion Night City branch. As such, the 2 spatial tempering stage elderly men naturally didn't dare to offend Hanley when they knew nothing about him. In a sense, a devilish lord of unknown origins was even more worthy of fear in their eyes than the patriarchs of the 4 major families. As soon as Hanley left, the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly made his way toward the pair of spatial tempering stage devilish beings. Elders, the slave that was just taken was reserved by the master of the Zhao family. If we let that senior take her away just like that, then I won't be able to answer to the Zhao family. She was reserved by Zhao Wenhao. That is indeed quite troublesome. Did you already take a deposit from him? One of the elderly men asked as his brows furrowed slightly. No, but he came to our pagoda several months ago and specifically requested a young human female cultivator at the core formation stage or above, and he expressed a willingness to issue a large batch of devil stones for such a slave. There are precedents of similar arrangements made in the past, so I agreed, the brocade-robed elderly man hurriedly explained. That may be the case, but no deposit was issued, so we're not obliged to sell her to the Zhao family. If he insists on acquiring a slave of her specifications, then we'll just have to take some time and source another one for him, the other spatial tempering stage elderly man said as he stroked his beard calmly. Indeed. We'll leave it to you to sort things out with the Zhao family. Don't offend the Zhao family, but definitely don't incur the wrath of that senior Han either. The 2 of us have to go back to meditate now. We'll leave everything to you too, the first spatial tempering stage elderly man said before the 2 of them stepped into the nearby teleportation formation together. Yes, elders. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression was quite strained, but the middle-aged man was taking great pleasure in his misfortune as both of them bowed in unison. By the way, if that senior Han returns to our pagoda, then notify us right away so we can attend to him in person, one of the elders instructed right as the teleportation formation was about to be activated. Yes. The 2 shopkeepers extended respectful bows once again, following which the pair of spatial tempering stage elders vanished from the formation amid a flash of white light. Hee, looks like you'll have your hands full, Brother Huang. Having said that, you have some strong ties with the Zhao family, so I'm sure you'll be able to handle this, the middle-aged man chuckled before also teleporting away. The brocade-robed elderly man's expression darkened even further, and he stood on the spot for a long while before grumbling to himself, "Looks like I'll have no choice but to pay the Zhao family a visit to explain the situation and find another slave that fits his requirements, but that's not going to be easy." Meanwhile, Hanli had already gotten onto a small beast-drawn carriage with the yellow-robed young woman, and the carriage was racing along the street. Hanli sat at the center of the carriage, meditating with his eyes closed, while the yellow-robed young woman was cowering in a corner, surreptitiously appraising Hanli with a fearful expression. Following what had happened in the Myriad Slave Tower, she was naturally already aware that Hanli was a devilish lord. However, Hanli's youthful and ordinary appearance struck her with a sense of bewilderment. In any case, a body integration stage being was something that she had never thought that she would encounter. With him as her master, the final trace of hope she had harbored for making an escape was completely dashed. As such, she was plunged into a state of horror and despair, and she shuddered to imagine what unspeakable horrors awaited her. Hanli didn't use any secret technique to glean the young woman's thoughts, but he could roughly guess what she was thinking. He appeared to be quite calm and collected, but his emotions were also in a tumultuous state, and images of a white-robed beauty surfaced in his mind over and over again. Some of the images were quite blurry and indistinct, while others were crystal clear, as if they had been captured just a day ago. Even with Hanli's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but have his emotions swayed by these images. However, he didn't forcibly eradicate these images through the use of any secret techniques, and merely basked in the bittersweet sensation of missing a loved one. After a long while, the carriage finally stopped, and the driver's respectful voice rang out from outside. "Senior, we've arrived at your requested destination." Hanli took a deep breath to repress his tumultuous emotions as he opened his eyes, then made his way out of the carriage in an unhurried manner. Even though Hanli hadn't called out to her, the yellow-robed young woman still gritted her teeth and decided to follow along after a brief moment of hesitation. She was quite smart, and she knew that she was completely at Hanli's mercy, so it was in her best interest to act in an obedient manner. Otherwise, with Hanli's unfathomable cultivation base, there were countless ways for him to make her regret she had ever been born. Hanli tossed a devil stone to the coach driver, then cast his gaze forward as a pleased look appeared on his face. He was currently situated in front of a mountain face that was over 10,000 feet tall, and there were a series of pavilions and cave abodes constructed along the mountain face. At the very front of these buildings was a massive entrance that was several hundred feet tall with a plaque that read, "Holy Spirit Courtyard," in large silver characters. Inside the pavilion was a black wooden table, upon which an elderly devilish man was taking a nap. There were several child servants standing in silence nearby, not daring to wake up the elderly devilish man. Hanli cast a cold gaze toward the elderly man, and his lips tremored slightly. In the next instant, the elderly sprang up from the table, and hurriedly yelled, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, Senior." He then immediately caught sight of Hanli and the yellow-robed young woman before rushing over to them with a wide smile. Not long after that, Hanli and the young woman appeared in a pavilion that had been constructed along the mountain face. Half of the pavilion was situated inside the stone face while the other half was protruding out of the mountain, and it had been constructed with a restriction that could completely isolate the pavilion from the outside world, making it very popular among high-grade beings who liked to travel alone. This Holy Spirit Courtyard was specifically designated for high-grade devilish beings to reside in, but the rental fees here were significantly more expensive than other similar places, so there weren't many high-grade devilish beings living here. Not long ago, Hanli had used his spiritual sense to roughly assess all of the levels and the structure of the pavilion, and he had been quite pleased with what he had seen. Thus, he issued some devil stones to the elderly devilish man and rented this pavilion for an entire year. At this point, Hanli had activated all of the pavilion's restrictions and taken the young woman to the highest level, then sat down calmly onto a futon before indicating for the young woman to take a seat across from him. The young woman was naturally still feeling extremely uneasy, but she didn't dare to disobey his instructions. After that, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air to release several tens of formation flags, all of which vanished into the nearby space in a flash. In the next instant, an azure light barrier appeared to encompass the entire pavilion, and only then did Hanli turn toward the young woman with a smile before thrusting a palm toward her. An immense burst of magic power erupted out of his palm and instantly destroyed the restrictions within the young woman's body. As a result, the devilish symbols on her skin instantly vanished, and her magic power was free to circulate through her meridians again. She was naturally ecstatic to sense this, yet before she could say anything, Hanli asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhu Guo," the young woman replied after only a brief hesitation. "I can see that you don't have any devilish qi within your body. You're a pure human, right? Did you enter this realm of your own volition or were you captured and taken here from the spirit realm?" Hanli asked. "I guess you can say I entered this realm on my own," the young woman replied. Hanli was rather taken aback to hear this, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "How did you manage to do that? With your cultivation base, you don't possess the ability to traverse through space. Did you enter this realm with someone else?" "No, I entered this realm on my own." "I see, that's rather interesting. Who taught you the greater incarnation arts that you're using?" Hanli asked. The yellow-robed young woman hesitated momentarily before replying, "I see you've heard of this cultivation art, senior. It was taught to me by my mother." "Who is your mother, and how did she obtain this greater incarnation arts?" Hanli asked as his expression changed slightly. The yellow-robed young woman was clearly quite reluctant to answer this question. Hanli was rather surprised to hear this, but his tone remained unchanged as he asked, "Clear qi arts? That's quite common among Buddhist cultivators. What cultivation base is your mother at? She must possess quite an advanced cultivation base for her to be able to instruct you in the greater incarnation arts even without cultivating it herself. My mother is only at the nascent soul stage. As for her ability to guide me..." Zhu Guo's voice suddenly trailed off here as a slightly lost look appeared on her face. Hanli's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately asked, "Is there something out of the ordinary about the way that your mother is instructing you?" "Indeed. Everything was quite normal before I reached the nascent soul stage, but after that, my mother is often unable to answer my cultivation questions on the spot and can only provide answers several days later. I suspect that there's a master of the greater incarnation arts behind my mother." Hanli's heart rate immediately began to speed up upon hearing this. "Have you asked your mother whether this is the case?" "I have on many occasions, but my mother always denied it." "What is your mother's name, and what does she look like?" Hanli asked with furrowed brows. "My mother is Ling Feixian, and she bears a strong resemblance to me," Zhu Guo replied. Hanli fell into silent contemplation for a long while upon hearing this before finally shaking his head as he murmured something to himself. After a while, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, "How did you enter the Elder Devil realm, and where did you come from before you came here?" "I was being pursued by enemies and accidentally fell into a spatial rift to enter the Elder Devil realm. Prior to this, I was from the small spirit sky," Zhu Guo replied. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this. "Small spirit sky? Where is that?" "The small spirit sky is the small spirit sky," Zhu Guo replied. Hanli's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing this, and after a long while, he heaved a faint sigh as he murmured to himself, "So be it, I'll just have to gather this information myself." As soon as his voice trailed off, he switched to a different hand seal, and a translucent thread shot forth out of his glabella before vanishing into Zhu Guo's forehead in a flash. After that, the blue light in Hanli's eyes became even more pronounced. Zhu Guo'er was only at the nascent soul stage, so Han Li was naturally being very careful in his soul inspection to avoid harming her. After around 15 minutes, Han Li easily procured all of the information that he wanted, and the translucent thread shot back into his glabella. As soon as the translucent thread vanished, Zhu Guo'er collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, then closed his eyes as he began to process the information he had obtained from her. Shortly thereafter, he reopened his eyes and murmured to himself in a stunned manner, "So this small spirit sky is a fragmented realm like the vast glacial realm, and there are over 100 million humans residing within it. That's truly very unexpected." Indeed, as it turned out, the small spirit sky was an independent realm that was once a fragment of another realm. According to what he had seen in Zhu Guo'er's memories, the realm seemed to be around the same size as the vast glacial realm, but the spiritual qi within the realm was even less abundant than that in the spirit realm. There seemed to be around 7 or 8 foreign races residing in the small spirit sky alongside the human race, and what was quite surprising was that many of the people in the realm had ended up there after while attempting to ascend to the spirit realm from lower realms. As such, there was a very good chance that Nan Gongwan could be there, and that would also explain why he had been unable to find any leads on her whereabouts in the spirit realm. Even with his current level of mental fortitude, the thought of his beloved wife still lit a fire within his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to travel to Nan Gongwan's side right away so they could be reunited. Only after a long while did he finally manage to recover from his tumultuous emotional state, but his expression instantly darkened again as he considered the issue of how he was going to get to the small spirit sky. In contrast with the vast glacial realm, the small spirit sky was a realm that was constantly slowly moving through space, so it was virtually a matter of complete luck whether he would be able to find an entrance into the realm, and Zhu Guo'er's arrival into the Elder Devil realm through that spatial rift was also purely by chance. However, this information had all been derived from Zhu Guo'er's memories. As for whether it was all true, he would have to do some more research. However, seeing as Zhu Guo'er was able to accidentally enter the Elder Devil realm, there had to be people from the small spirit sky who had stumbled into the spirit realm, so he should be able to find some relevant information. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Han Li cast his gaze toward Zhu Guo'er again. He wasn't completely sure that her greater incarnation arts had been bestowed upon her by Nan Gongwan, but there was a very good chance that this was the case. After all, he had been in the spirit realm for a very long time, and he had never heard of any human sect that possessed such a cultivation art. It seemed that this cultivation art was extremely rare, and the Masked Moon sect had to have obtained it through an enormous stroke of luck. Chapter 2056, Layman Futian. After thinking through all these matters, Han Li heaved a faint forlorn sigh, then flicked a finger toward Zhu Guo'er. A ball of azure light was expelled before vanishing into her body in a flash, and her eyelids fluttered before she slowly awakened. However, as soon as she recalled how she had fallen unconscious, she immediately sat up with a dark expression. "Did you search my soul?" she asked as she glared at Han Li. "If I didn't search your soul, how would I have found the information I wanted?" "Rest assured, I only obtained the specific pieces of information that I'm interested in, and I didn't harm your soul during the process. It came as quite a surprise to me to learn that you're from the small spirit sky as opposed to the spirit realm," Han Li said in a calm manner. Zhu Guo'er bit down on her lower lip upon hearing mention of the small spirit sky, and she didn't say anything. "I've already planted a restriction in your body, so act as my servant for now here in Illusion Night City. If you serve me well, I can consider freeing you when I leave the city. You can go and find a room to rest in now, don't come to me unless it's an important matter. Also, you have to start referring to me as Master from now on," Han Li continued in a nonchalant manner. "Yes, Master, I'll be taking my leave now," Zhu Guo'er could only reply in a resigned voice before extending a curtsy toward Han Li, then obediently departed. She was well aware that it would be both futile and foolish to try and resist a body integration staged devilish lord. However, judging from her dejected expression, it was clear that she wasn't very hopeful that Hanli would fulfill his promise. Following Zhu Guo's departure, Hanli looked up at the ceiling and became engrossed in his own thoughts once again. For the next 3 days, Hanli remained on the top level of the pavilion to meditate, and didn't go anywhere else. However, on the 4th day, someone came to see him. Did the master of the Zhao family send a messenger? Hanli asked as he raised an eyebrow. Zhu Guo replied, "Yes, master. An elder of the Zhao family just delivered a message, and he insisted that I relay it to you. Let me take a look." Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion to draw the letter into his grasp, then gently opened it. A ball of golden light immediately erupted out of the letter before transforming into the projection of a graceful and refined middle-aged man. The man had black scales on the corners of his eyes and a pair of golden pupils. It was none other than the master of the Zhao family. The projection cupped its fist in a salute toward Han Li, then relayed 2 things in a polite manner. The first thing was that he had heard from shopkeeper Huang of the Myriad Slave Tower about the arrival of Han Li, and he wished to befriend Han Li while explicitly stating that the Zhao family wouldn't hold any grudge against him over a mere slave. The second thing was that the Zhao family was going to hold a ceremony to worship their ancestors in a month, and he was inviting Han Li to attend as a guest. After that, the projection extended another salute toward Han Li before fading into nothingness, leaving only the letter behind. Han Li looked down at the letter to find that it was covered in black devilish symbols with a shimmering golden, Zhao, character at the center. He rubbed his hands together expressionlessly, and a ball of silver flames emerged to instantly incinerate the letter into ashes. "When the Zhao family sends someone for a reply from me, tell them I accept their invitation," Han Li instructed. "Yes, master," Zhu Guo replied before taking her leave. Han Li closed his eyes again to meditate, but to his surprise, he was paid another visit by Zhu Guo the very next day, who informed him that a woman with the Bai surname had come to visit him. Han Li immediately guessed that this was most likely Bai Yunxin. All of them have once lived along on the plains for over 100 years and have slain countless devilish beasts. What do you think, Senior Han? They seem to be no less powerful than the elite guards of major cities, Han Li replied with a nod before making his way into the carriage, where he sat down and closed his eyes. Bai Yunxin naturally didn't dare to ask any further questions, and she also got onto the carriage before issuing an instruction. The carriage immediately set off with the 16 baleful tiger guards following along close to the sides. All of the ordinary devilish beings on the streets immediately parted for the carriage and armored guards with reverent and envious looks in their eyes. Thus, the carriage raced along without any impediment, and after several hours, it finally drew to a halt in front of a fortress within the city. Han Li emerged from the carriage, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the fortress. This was naturally where the Bai family was situated, and not only was the entire fortress completely seamless, its walls were as smooth as jade virtually without any gaps. On top of that, the material used for the walls was neither metallic nor jade in nature, and he couldn't identify exactly what it was even with his vast wealth of knowledge and experience. Judging from the menacing aura being given off by the fortress, so it was clearly laden with restrictions and definitely wasn't as simple as it appeared. Directly in front of the fortress was a giant gate that was over 1,000 feet tall, and on either of it were several tens of devilish beast statues of different sizes, creating a long path. All of the statues were dull and black, but they were extremely lifelike, and there were also 8 yellow-robed devilish beings standing in front of the gate in an expressionless manner. Under Bai Yunxin's guidance, Han Li strolled through the gate past the slightly bewildered yellow-robed devilish beings, and around 15 minutes later, Han Li was seated on a purple chair in a hall with antiquated decor, sipping from a silver teacup. A fragrant scent was emanating out of the cup, and there were 4 extremely beautiful devilish female servants standing off to the side in an extremely respectful manner. Bai Yunshin was currently nowhere to be seen, and the entire hall was completely silent. A short while later, gentle footsteps suddenly rang out from outside the hall, and a person strode into the room in a graceful manner. The newcomer turned to Hanli with a faint smile, and said, "I am Layman Futian. It's a pleasure to have you at our Bai family, fellow Daoist Han." "You're Layman Futian?" Hanli asked in a slightly dumbstruck manner. "I've heard that the Illusion Hall Desert is a renowned restriction area in our holy realm, and I was planning to rest in this city for a few days before entering the desert to continue my cultivation. If I can encounter some opportunities in there, then that would naturally be ideal. Our Bai family isn't exactly a massive powerhouse, but we have some influence around these parts and we know quite a bit about the Illusion Hall Desert. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. I'll get my juniors to fulfill your needs as best as possible," the purple-haired woman said. "In that case, I really do have something to ask of your Bai family," Hanli said with a smile. "Oh. Go ahead, fellow Daoist. As long as it's something within our Bai family's capabilities, I definitely won't turn you down," the woman replied. "I heard that any being who enters the Illusion Hall Desert will be rendered unable to use any movement techniques, and that the only way to traverse through the desert is by walking, which would take 50 to 60 years. I intend to cultivate in the Illusion Hall Desert for a while, but I don't want to spend that much time in there, so I was planning to purchase an 8-footed devilish lizard from your Bai family as a steed. Would you be able to sell me one?" Hanli asked in a straightforward manner. "Truth be told, Yuner already told me about this earlier," the purple-haired woman sighed upon hearing this. "Is this a difficult matter for you?" Hanli asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me put it this way. If anyone other than a devilish lord like you were to mention this to me, they would perhaps have already been evicted," the purple-haired woman replied. "I had heard that 8-footed devilish lizards are extremely important to all of the major families in the city and that they were strictly not for sale. Would you be able to explain to me why that is?" Hanli asked as he stroked his own chin. "Of course," the woman replied after a brief pause, 8-footed devilish lizards are very valuable. Their devilish cores, bones, and even blood and flesh can be used to refine a type of extremely rare qi refinement pill. However, that alone isn't enough for our major families to hold the lizards in such high regard. As I'm sure you're aware, Illusion Night City has only managed to exist here due to the mines and spirit medicines that can be found in this area. Sales of those items earn the city high yearly profits, which are enough to cover the costs of our major families. However, the city was founded here tens of thousands of years ago, and the nearby mines and spirit medicines have already been completely exhausted. As such, all of the specialty local products we currently produce are sourced from deep within the Illusion Hall Desert. Even though there's a good supply of such items in the desert, 8-footed devilish lizards are necessary to ensure that they're transported back to the city promptly and safely. Otherwise, with all of the perils present in the desert, it would be virtually impossible to make it back on foot. After all, the desert is a renowned restricted area even in the entire Holy Realm, and it's very difficult for the average person to enter and leave it at will. As much, the lizards are vital to our major families for their ability to traverse through the desert, and less lizards would mean less yearly profits for our families. I'm sure you can understand why we're so unwilling to part with them now, the woman explained. Han Li's brows also furrowed slightly upon hearing this. This made things quite troublesome. The prosperity of these families hinged on these 8-footed devilish lizards, so it would be very difficult for him to source them through conventional means. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, Han Li reflexively glanced at the woman to find that there seemed to be something that she wanted to say, and a faint smile immediately appeared on his face. Fellow Daoist Futian, you didn't turn me down outright, so there must be some margin for negotiation. How about you tell me what I have to do for you to sell an 8-footed devilish lizard to me? I'm sure the price alone isn't the issue here, right? The purple-haired woman faltered lightly upon hearing this before chuckling. It seems you're a very skilled observer, fellow Taoist. Han Li merely remained silent and awaited a response. The woman's smile faded upon hearing this, and after a brief pause, she continued, if you had come 3 years ago, then there would have been no way that our Bai family would have sold an 8-footed devilish lizard to you, but now, there's room for negotiation. Our Bai family has encountered some trouble, and we need someone of your powers to assist us. Oh. I'm sure you're not the only devilish lord in your Bai family. What kind of trouble could stump you? Han Li asked as his expression changed slightly. Truth be told, the issue lies in an extremely important mine in the illusion how desert that belongs to our Bai family. Several years ago, it was taken over by a devilish lord-level devilish beast. The beast is extremely powerful, and our Bai family has been unable to evict it, so we could only recruit other allies to help us. If you can lend us your assistance, then we'd stand a far better chance. If we succeed, I can give you an 8-footed devilish lizard as repayment, the woman replied with a wry smile. How many devilish lord-level allies have you already recruited? Han Li asked after a brief pause. I've already invited 2. In addition to myself and another grand elder of our Bai family, we have a total of 4 devilish lords thus far, the woman replied. Chapter 2058, Vastine Treasured Mirror. What kind of devilish beast could pose a threat to 4 devilish lords? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. This is a rather embarrassing story for me to tell, but I once faced the beast in battle once. However, I was unable to make out its exact appearance. It was enshrouded in a ball of green flames the entire time, so I could only see a rough outline, and it seems to be something that resembles both a rhinoceros and a cow. The beast possesses powerful fire attribute abilities that can virtually melt through space, and I was almost killed by it after being caught off guard, the purple-haired woman said in a serious manner. Fire attribute abilities. That is indeed rather troublesome. Once cultivated to the extreme, fire attribute abilities are far more destructive than abilities of other attributes. It's no wonder that you fell into such a perilous situation against it, Han Li said. There's no need to try and flatter me, brother Han. Even if that devilish beast didn't possess fire attribute abilities, its powers would still be well beyond mine. I'm guessing it's most likely comparable in power to a pinnacle late-stage devilish lord, so we would only stand a chance after recruiting as many powerful allies as possible, the woman said with a wry smile. It's comparable to a late-stage devilish lord. No wonder you're being so cautious. What do you approximate our chance of success to be? Facing such a powerful devilish beast is no laughing matter. Perhaps I could be risking serious injury or even death, Han Li said with a grim expression. It would naturally be close to impossible to kill such a devilish beast, but if we only want to wound it and chase it away, then our chance of success should be around 60% to 70%. With your inclusion, I think that will increase to 90%, the woman immediately replied. Hee, you seem to have a great deal of confidence, Han Li chuckled. The purple-haired woman could see that Han Li was rather unconvinced, and she hurriedly explained, that's because the 2 allies we recruited are no less powerful than I am, and one of them cultivates glacial powers while the other possesses an extreme attribute treasure. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so optimistic. If we still fail even after all this, then we may just have to give up on that mine. Han Li nodded with an enlightened expression before continuing, I see. That does indeed justify your confidence. However, there's still one thing I'd like you to explain to me. Go ahead, brother Han, the purple-haired woman prompted with a smile. A devilish beast with that level of power should have already attained quite a high level of intelligence. Why has it taken over your family's mine? On top of that, your Bai family seems to hold this mine in very high regard. May I ask what kind of precious material the mine produces? Han Li asked in a calm manner. The mine produces fire cloud stones of the highest quality. Not only is the mine very large in scale, the supply of fire cloud stones within it is extremely abundant, so it can profit our Bai family for thousands of years, the woman explained. Fire cloud stones. I see, then that devilish beast must have been trying to devour the true fire chi of the entire mine to further its cultivation, Hanli said with an enlightened nod. Indeed. Only some special types of devilish beasts possess the innate ability to devour the true fire chi within such mine. If a normal being of our holy race were to attempt something like this, no matter how advanced their cultivation base may be, they would immediately self-detonate. This is why we're trying to recover the mine as soon as possible. Otherwise, once too much true fire chi is lost, the mine's value would depreciate significantly. If you're willing to assist us, our Bai family is willing to offer you an 8-footed devilish lizard and a large sum of devil stones as repayment regardless of whether we succeed or fail, the woman promised. After a brief pause for contemplation, Hanli said, "It would be remiss of me to turn down such a sincere offer, but I must ask where this mine is located in the Illusion Hall Desert, and how long will it take to get there? If this is going to take too long, then I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Rest assured, Brother Han, it'll only take just over a month to get to the mine. Even if we get delayed slightly along the way, 3 months should be enough to make a return trip," the woman hurriedly replied. "In that case, I'll agree to this. When are we setting off?" Hanli said without any further hesitation. The purple-haired woman was naturally ecstatic to hear this. "Thank you, Brother Han. One of the 2 fellow Taoists I've invited has already arrived, but the other one will take around a month to get here. Once everyone's here, we'll set off right away." Hanli nodded and offered no response to this. After that, the purple-haired woman invited Hanli to move to the Bai family again and offered to cover all of his living costs during this period of time, but Hanli euphemistically turned her down again. The purple-haired woman didn't force the issue any further, and they began to discuss some cultivation experiences and insights. Hanli naturally wasn't going to refuse, and a conversation immediately ensued. To his surprise, he soon discovered that even though this layman Futian was a woman, she had many unique insights when it came to body refinement techniques, and there were even many questions that he had about the provenance true devil arts that were answered by her. This was something that he very rarely experienced when exchanging cultivation insights with other body integration cultivators of the spirit realm. However, this made sense considering his provenance true devil arts had come from the elder devil realm, so it was no surprise that their body refinement techniques shared similarities. It couldn't be said that he had gained nothing out of conversing with other body integration cultivators in the past, but in terms of body refinement, they naturally couldn't compare with a devilish lord. Thus, Hanli became quite engrossed in the conversation, and they talked for over half a day. During this time, the purple-haired woman was also very surprised to discover that Hanli's knowledge and proficiency in body refinement techniques far exceeded her own, indicating that he definitely wasn't an ordinary devilish lord. The fact that her new ally was so powerful further exacerbated her elation, and she became even more polite toward Hanli. As day began to transition into night, Hanli stood up to take his leave. Such a short time naturally wasn't enough for 2 body integration stage beings to exchange all of their cultivation insights, so the purple-haired woman invited Hanli to come and continue their discussion during the next few days. Hanli thought about this for a moment before gladly agreeing. Only then did the purple-haired woman call for that beast-drawn carriage to take Hanli back to the pavilion he was staying in. Following Hanli's departure, the purple-haired woman sat back down in her chair, and her smile faded slightly. He took a sip of the spirit tea on the table, then suddenly said, "Big brother, what do you think is that man's cultivation base? With your vast and treasured mirror, you should have been able to see some things, right? You think far too highly of me, sister. That man is truly unfathomable and far more powerful than you think." All of a sudden, white light flashed from one of the walls of the hall, and it transformed into a white light barrier, following which a man who was holding a black rhomboid mirror emerged. As soon as the man appeared, he took a seat on the chair that Hanli had been seated in not too long ago. This was a burly man with a head of curls and faint yellow skin. There was also a short white horn on his forehead, and it was even bigger than that of the purple-haired woman. There was also a discernible resemblance between the two, so they were clearly related. The purple-haired woman's heart jolted as she asked in a bewildered manner, "Were you unable to glean his cultivation base even with the vast treasured mirror?" As you know, this vast treasured mirror of mine was refined from an ice spirit of heaven and earth. However, its effect is greatly hampered when used on someone with an extreme attribute protective treasure or has cultivated a powerful glacial ability. On top of that man seems to possess immense spiritual sense. He most likely detected my presence but merely pretended not to have noticed me, the burly man said with a dark expression. What? He already noticed you. That's rather troublesome. I'll have to explain the situation to him next time we meet. Did you really not discover anything with your mirror? The purple-haired woman asked as her brows furrowed slightly. There's no need to explain anything. He pretended not to have noticed anything, and you can just do the same, but I won't be spying on him the next time you two meet. He's only staying in Illusion Night City for a short time, so there's no need for us to expend too much effort to try and befriend him. As for whether I discovered anything, of course I did. This vast treasured mirror mine isn't a toy. Let me show you what I found. The burly man chuckled as he pointed a finger at the mirror, and it immediately rose up, hovering in midair as a ball of black light. The burly man then made a hand seal while pointing a finger at the ball of black light and chanted an incantation, upon which an image began to gradually appear within the ball of light. Chapter 2059. Entering the illusion hall desert. The image depicted Hanli sitting in the hall, and even though there was no sound, the image was extremely vivid and lifelike, as if time had just been reversed. The burly man urged the purple-haired woman to pay attention, then flicked a finger toward the image, sending a speck of black light vanishing into it. In the next instant, layers of light suddenly appeared over Hanli's body. The outermost layer was inky black in color, followed by a layer of purplish golden light, while the innermost layer was of a murky gray color. "What's that?" the purple-haired woman asked in an intrigued voice. This is the first time you've seen this vast secret technique, right? This indicates that fellow Daoist Han seems to be using some special cultivation arts. The outermost black layer represents the purest true devilish chi of our holy realm. That's very normal. Without this layer of black light, I'd have to wonder whether he's actually from our holy realm. As for the purplish golden light, it indicates that's using cultivating some kind of powerful body refinement devilish art. On top of that, he's already close to reaching the legendary Golden Bone Purple Marrow stage. Aside from some sacred ancestors, I've never heard of anyone who's been able to reach that level, the burly man introduced in a serious manner. The purple-haired woman's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Golden Bone Purple Marrow. Is his physical body really that powerful? Could it be that the vast treasured mirror made a mistake? Most likely not. The effect of the vast treasured mirror on that man is greatly hampered, but it wouldn't make such a grave error. On top of that, he's only close to reaching that level. Otherwise, that outermost layer of true devilish chi would have been completely absorbed into his body in meridians, so it wouldn't even show up in the mirror, the burly man sighed. Doesn't that mean that man would be able to crush most devilish lords with his physical prowess alone? Also, what's that layer of gray light? Is he also cultivating some other type of powerful ability? The purple-haired woman asked. Gray light represents something that even the vast treasured mirror is unable to ascertain, but it's presumably something quite extraordinary as well. This is already the limit of my capabilities. If I had injected even more magic power into the mirror, then I would have run the risk of truly offending him, and that's certainly not worth it. However, seeing as he was able to notice me even while I was in the restriction, he must possess an immense spiritual sense as well, the burly man analyzed. The purple-haired woman was silent for a while before a wry smile appeared on her face. So he possesses an incredibly powerful physical body, abilities that even the mirror can't identify, and even his spiritual sense is that powerful. It seems like a freakish talent has come to our Illusion Night City. It's a good thing that he doesn't seem to intend to stay here for long, and our family was the first one to befriend him. With his assistance, we should have no issues taking care of that devilish beast. From this perspective, this is indeed good news for us. This is a man that we definitely can't offend, but there's no need to try and recruit him to our family either. With his unfathomable powers, there's no way a family like ours can contain him. Just make sure to exercise more caution when interacting with him in the future, the burly man said in a serious manner. I definitely will, the woman replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Hanli was seated in the beast-drawn carriage, inspecting a white crystal ball with a hint of a smile on his face. All of a sudden, a black light barrier erupted out of his body to encompass him entirely, following which he pointed a finger at his own glabella while tossing the crystal ball forward. Chapter 2060. After flying for roughly 500,000 kilometers, a black line appeared in the distance. Upon getting closer, it became clear that this was a boundless desert. It was naturally none other than the Illusion Hall Desert. Hanli narrowed his eyes slightly as blue light flashed through his pupils, and he discovered that this was a gray desert that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Aside from some short shrubs, the desert was completely devoid of life, and it seemed to be no different from an ordinary desert aside from its peculiar color. The sky over the desert was quite dim and covered in dark yellow clouds. Even though the sky within and outside the desert were only separated by a fine line, it was as if they were two different worlds. After reaching close to 10 kilometers away from the desert, the burly man led everyone on a descent. From here onward, our movement techniques could fail, so we'll have to advance on 8-footed devilish lizards. Our family only has around 38-footed devilish lizards in total, and all of them are extremely precious. We've brought 11 of them with us for this trip, and that's already out limit. Please make sure to look after them during this trip, and if we encounter any danger, withdraw them into your spirit beast bracelets right away to keep them safe, the burly man said as he cupped his fist in a salute. Haha, rest assured, Brother Bai. We're all aware of how important these 8-footed devilish lizards are to your family. However, why didn't you decide to bring along these juniors for this trip? If they had remained behind, you wouldn't have had to bring out so many 8-footed devilish lizards, Heavenly Lord One Dragon asked in a curious manner. The 6 of them have a combination technique that makes their combined powers comparable to those of an early-stage devilish lord, so we decided to bring them along, the purple-haired woman explained with a smile. I see, my apologies for jumping to conclusions, Heavenly Lord One Dragon replied with a nod. A peculiar look flashed through Han Chizi's eyes upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything in response. As for Hanli, he merely smiled and remained silent, but he was wondering if he would be able to secure these devilish lizards during this trip. However, the thought only occurred to him for an instant before it was abandoned. He was very confident in his own powers, but it was still too risky to face 4 devilish lords at once whom he knew nothing about. On top of that, plotting against the Bai family could alert the other major families of Illusion Night City to what he was doing, and that could attract powerful enemies, perhaps even sacred ancestors. Thus, it simply wouldn't be worth the risk. At this moment, the purple-haired woman flicked her wrist, and an azure bracelet flew forth before expelling a burst of 5-colored light, releasing 11 giant devilish beasts that were around 50 feet in length and roughly 20 feet tall. At first glance, they resembled massive lizards, but their bodies were entirely covered in black scales, and each of them had 8 identical thick legs. On top of that, there were shimmering silver saddles on the backs of these devilish beasts, so they were clearly already tamed. So these are 8-footed devilish lizards? Each of them is only releasing a core formation stage aura, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about them, Hanli thought to himself as he glanced at these devilish lizards. Everyone was given a devilish lizard and a beast-controlling badge by the burly man, and Hanli immediately flew onto his devilish lizard before looking down at it. The silver saddle had some simple devilish runes inscribed on its surface, and it was very comfortable to sit on. Hanli waved his beast-controlling badge toward the devilish lizard, and a streak of silver light shot forth before vanishing into the lizard's body in a flash. The devilish lizard let loose a low roar before immediately galloping forward, and even though it wasn't very fast, its 8 legs ensured a very smooth ride. The burly man and everyone else had already gone on ahead, and the line of 11 devilish lizards progressed toward the desert. The distance of less than 10 kilometers was covered in a short while, and as soon as the devilish lizards entered the desert, sand came billowing toward everyone from all directions. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from the saddles on the backs of the devilish lizards, creating a white barrier of light that kept all of the wind and sand at bay. However, Hanli didn't pay any heed to that. What had attracted his attention was that once they entered the desert, the 8-footed devilish lizards suddenly sped up by several fold, and they had become even faster than galloping stallions. At the same time, a peculiar type of energy fluctuations was emanating from their bodies, allowing them to slowly absorb the scorching energy within the desert. In contrast, Hanli was struck by a burst of indescribable power as soon as he entered the desert, restricting his magic power by as much as 90%. On top of that, both devilish chi and spiritual chi were extremely sparse due to a certain type of chaotic power of heaven and earth that was rejecting both types of energy. The Illusion Hall Desert was certainly living up to its status as one of the restricted areas of the Elder Devil realm. Hanli was quite surprised by this series of changes, but everyone else displayed no reaction, clearly already accustomed to all of this. Around half a month later, Hanli's group found themselves surrounded by a nest of green foot-long scorpions atop a massive sand dune. The scorpions were emitting sharp hissing sounds, and streaks of dark green poisonous light were shooting out of their pincers toward Han and the others from all sides. However, Hanli and the other body integration stage beings merely sat back and watched as Bai Yunxin and the spatial tempering stage beings fought the scorpions with their devilish treasures. Even though the majority of their magic power had been sealed away, these devilish lizards were still nowhere near powerful enough to pose a threat to Bai Yunxin and the others. Bursts of devilish chi surged and exploded, and countless devilish scorpions were reduced to dust before they could approach Hanli's group. Several days later, the 8-footed devilish lizard that was leading from the front suddenly stopped and let loose a low roar. The burly man who was riding atop the lizard raised a hand with furrowed brows to unleash an attack toward an empty patch of sand several hundred feet away. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the sand exploded upward, creating a giant crater with a diameter of close to 100 feet. In the next instant, a giant yellow python that was around 500 to 600 feet in length erupted out of the sand before pouncing toward the burly man. Bai Yunxin and the others were quite alarmed to see this, while the burly man's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think we'd encounter a golden sand python. Those juniors won't be able to handle it. Looks like I'll have to expend some magic power to take care of it myself." As soon as his voice trailed off, he flipped a hand over to produce a black bracelet, then tossed it toward the oncoming giant python. The bracelet swelled to several tens of feet in size amid a flash of light, then vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, the burly man pointed a finger at the giant python, and black light flashed around the python's neck, following which the giant bracelet reappeared before compressing with ruthless might. The giant python immediately let loose an anguished cry before tumbling out of the sky, then writhed violently on the sand in unbearable agony. The burly chuckled coldly upon seeing this before making a hand seal, and the giant bracelet suddenly shrank down to around the size of a human hand. A geyser of black blood erupted several tens of feet up into the air, and the giant python was decapitated, falling dead onto the sand. However, the burly man didn't stop there. He immediately opened his mouth to expel a ball of crimson devilish flames, which struck the python's corpse and quickly incinerated it into dust. The giant python's soul attempted to escape during the process, but it was also swept up and incinerated into nothingness by the devilish flames. That golden sand python looked to be at the late spatial tempering stage. It's very impressive that you were able to kill it so quickly, Brother Bai, Hanli said with a smile as he made his way over to the burly man. You're far too kind, Brother Han. A devilish beast of this caliber will be rather troublesome for Yunxin and the others to deal, but it naturally poses no threat to the likes of us. If I were to encounter the 3 devilish scourges of the Illusion Hall Desert, I would have to run for my life, the burly man replied with a wry smile. The 3 devilish scourges. Hanli was rather intrigued to hear this. Have you not heard of them, fellow Daoist? The burly man was rather taken aback. I've heard of them, but don't know the exact details about them. They must be quite powerful for you to be so wary of them, Hanli replied as he stroked his own chin in a calm manner. Chapter 2061, Bloodtooth Rice. It seems like to me you're simply not taking them seriously. I have to caution you that the 3 devilish scourges are extremely powerful, so don't underestimate them if you're going to cross this desert. As I'm sure you're aware, the 3 devilish scourges are the Soul Fall Winds, Earth Annihilation Sand, and Illusion Hall Devilish Wolves. These 3 things all present different levels of danger, and among them, the Illusion Hall Devilish Wolves are only at the spatial tempering stage, but they hunt in packs, and even the smallest packs will have 7 or 8 mature wolves. They would be quite troublesome to deal with for most beings, but they would most likely pose the least threat to you. Illusion Hall Devilish Wolves are able to move very quickly in the desert, but not as quickly as 8-footed devilish lizards. As long as you can notice them in advance, you'll be able to shake them off with ease. Of course, if you didn't have a devilish lizard steed, it would be a different story. As for the Earth Annihilation Sand, the peril that it presents is second only to the Soul Fall Winds in the Illusion Hall Desert. Thus, the burly man began to offer an explanation, and even though Hanli was already aware of some of this information, he still listened intently. Over half a month later, Hanli was meditating on his devilish lizard steed, but he suddenly opened his eyes and cast his gaze toward a smudge of green in the desert, which lay close to 10 kilometers away. In the next instant, the purple-haired woman's voice sounded from up ahead. Fellow Taoists, the Silver River Oasis lies up ahead. Our Bai family has set up a small stronghold there, so we can go and rest there for a while before we face that devilish beast. The mine is only around half a day away from the oasis. That's great. I've gotten really sick of riding on this thing. Once we get there, I'm going to take a good rest and have a huge meal. Brother Bai, I think it's time you gave me what you promised me, Heavenly Lord One Dragon said with an expectant expression as he patted his own large belly. Rest assured, Brother One Dragon, I know that you have to consume that thing to unleash the full power of your special devilish art, so I'll be handing it over to you as soon as we get to the oasis, the burly man chuckled in response. Good. After I consume that thing, my magic power will increase by at least 30%, and that'll give us a better chance of chasing away that devilish beast. That thing truly is extremely delicious. I've only had it once many years ago, but I still can't forget it to this day, Heavenly Lord One Dragon said with a pleased nod. Of course, even our Bai family had to expend extensive efforts to secure just a small amount of that thing, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. Hanli was rather bewildered by this conversation, but he didn't think much of it. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the Silver River Oasis. As soon as they entered the oasis, the sandstorm abruptly stopped, as if it had been kept at bay by some kind of invisible power. The oasis was only several kilometers in size, and there were shrubs of different sizes growing all around its edge. At the center of the oasis was a dark green lake that was around 250 meters in diameter, and beside the lake was a series of gray buildings that were constructed from sand, but seemed to be very sturdy. These buildings only took up an area of several acres, but there were special energy fluctuations radiating through the area, indicating that restrictions had been set up around them. After taking a glance at the small lake, Hanli turned his attention toward that cluster of buildings. These were a series of semi-spherical buildings that were no more than 30 to 40 feet tall. I've already swept my spiritual sense through this place, and it's just as Aksaner said, there are no signs of battle, and the restrictions are completely undamaged, so the disciples clearly left this place of their own accord, the purple-haired woman said with furrowed brows as she sat down onto a futon. We instructed those disciples to survey the devilish beast in shifts. Could it be that they were all eaten by that thing? That doesn't make sense either. Even if that devilish beast had gone on a rampage, someone should have been left behind to guard this place, the burly man said with a perplexed expression. Just forget about it, it's just a group of low-grade disciples anyway. Hurry up and give me that thing so I can have a good meal first, Heavenly Lord One Dragon urged in an impatient manner. Rest assured fellow Daoist One Dragon, we made a promise to you, and we're certainly not going to revoke it. Sister, bring out that thing for Brother One Dragon, the burly man said with a smile. The purple-haired woman smiled as she flicked her wrist, upon which a burst of white light emerged out of her storage bracelet before releasing a translucent jade box onto the table before her. Heavenly Lord One Dragon was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately made a grabbing motion toward the table, upon which the jade box was drawn into his grasp. The lid was quickly removed, and Hanli and Han Chizi naturally turned to see what it was, upon which both of them displayed slightly surprised reactions. Within the jade box was a grain of rice, but it was around half a foot in length and as thick as an infant's arm. One of its two ends was very sharp, and it was entirely crimson in color. On top of that, it was giving off a mouth-watering aroma. That's a blood-tooth rice. Hanli murmured to himself in a stunned voice. You must be quite knowledgeable to recognize something like this, Brother Han. Indeed, this is a rare 1,000-year-old blood-tooth rice. Consuming this rice will enhance both one's blood essence and physical body, and for fellow Daoist One Dragon, who's cultivating a blood-related devilish art, it can stimulate the latent potential of his blood essence as well. This is one of the things we promised fellow Daoist One Dragon as a reward for his efforts, and it's a delectable delicacy with a rich flavor that will linger in one's mouth for as long as several months following consumption. I've only ever heard of this thing but never seen it before. Not only are the conditions required to grow this blood-tooth rice extremely rigorous, it can only come into fruition after being watered by the blood essence of a type of special beast. Even blood-tooth rice of the lowest quality will require over 100 years to grow. It's truly impressive that you were able to obtain a 1,000-year-old one, Brother Bai, Hanli said with a slightly complex expression. This blood-tooth rice was a specialty local product in the Elder Devil realm that was exceedingly rare, and it was something that Hanli was also searching for as it was one of the few types of things that he knew of that could still enhance his body. After that, she injected her magic power into the jade pendant, and the crimson pattern suddenly began to move as if it had sprung to life. That's fantastic. With this jade pendant telling us the devilish beast's location, we won't have to worry about any surprise attacks, so the initiative will completely be on our side, the burly man said in an elated manner. Thus, he switched positions with his sister, allowing her to lead the way in his stead. The group continued onward and soon made their way into a mine tunnel. Judging from the small pits that lined the entire tunnel, the fire cloud stones nearby had clearly all been already mined. Even so, the scorching temperature in here was noticeably higher than when they had first arrived underground. If it weren't for the fact that this mine was situated in the Illusion Hall Desert, everyone would have already unleashed earth movement techniques to seek out that devilish beast, but as things currently were, they could only progress deeper and deeper into the mine through the tunnels. There were countless tunnels in this mine, with crossroads set up at regular intervals, creating a cobweb-like system. These tunnels ranged from just over 100 feet to around half a kilometer in length, and most of them had already been completely mined, with only some of the more obscure tunnels still harboring fire cloud stones that were yet to be excavated. However, after passing through around a dozen tunnels and arriving at a crossroads leading into 4 or 5 different tunnels, Han Li's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. All of these tunnels were shimmering with specks of crimson light, and the walls were riddled with fist-sized crimson crystals. However, Han Li wasn't looking at all of these precious materials. Instead, he was looking at a set of headless remains that lay slumped at the entrance of one of the tunnels. Even though the body was complete aside from its missing head, its skin was completely shriveled up, as if its blood and flesh had somehow been completely stripped away, leaving only a pouch of skin behind. The purple-haired woman and the burly man had naturally also seen the set of remains, and a hint of surprise flashed through their eyes. The purple-haired woman glanced at the robes being worn by the set of remains, and her expression immediately darkened as she made a grabbing motion toward the headless body. A small scrap of cloth detached itself from the robe before being drawn into her grasp. Han Li took a glance at it to find that a faint silver Bai character was emblazoned on that scrap of cloth. "This is a disciple of our Bai family, but it's hard to tell which one it is," the purple-haired woman said with furrowed brows. The burly man harumphed coldly before also making a grabbing motion toward the headless body, and an azure leather pouch was drawn toward him before exploding at his behest, releasing a swarm of huge crimson wasps. Each of these wasps was as large as an adult human hand, and they were buzzing incessantly. "These are blood-sifting wasps. If I recall correctly, Bai Yan possesses a swarm of these devilish insects, right?" the burly man asked with a dark expression. One of the spatial tempering stage disciples of the Bai family stepped forward, and confirmed, "Indeed, senior, these are none other than Bai Yan's blood-sifting wasps. I've seen him use these wasps in battle on multiple occasions." This was an elderly man with snowy white hair, and there was a hint of sorrow in his eyes, suggesting that he seemed to have shared some type of bond with this Bai Yan. The purple-haired woman sighed as she raised a hand to release a fireball that incinerated the body into ashes, then murmured to herself, "In that case, these must be Bai Yan's remains. He's the most powerful one among the disciples that we left at the Oasis stronghold. How did he end up here?" In reality, no one was all that surprised by the gruesome sight of the shriveled headless corpse. Han Li, Heavenly Lord One Dragon, and Han Chizi were hovering above the lava lake in a triangular formation while releasing their spiritual sense downward. However, there were layers of peculiar energy fluctuations within the lava that prevented Han Li's spiritual sense from reaching any deeper than just over 1,000 feet into the lake. For Heavenly Lord One Dragon and the others, their spiritual sense was far less powerful than Han Li's, so that distance was shortened to around 0 to 400 feet for them. A distance of just over 1,000 feet only allowed Han Li to discover that there was a massive black shadow lying at the bottom of the lake. However, due to the energy fluctuations in the lava, he was unable to see the shadow clearly, so he couldn't determine whether this was their target for this trip. Even though the black shadow laid completely still as if it were dead, Han Li was still surveying it with great caution. As Bai Yunxin and the others were setting up the formation, the 2 devilish lords of the Bai family were also in action. The burly man had summoned his antiquated mirror again, and it transformed into over 100 mirror fragments that spread all over the air above the lava lake, shining black devilish light down upon it. The burly man's lips tremored silently, and he wore a slightly strained expression, clearly finding it rather difficult to unleash his abilities while the majority of his magic power was being restricted. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman made a hand seal, and a suit of devilish armor that was as pristine white as jade appeared over her body. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with her other hand, and a long inky black halberd appeared in her grasp. She swept the weapon through the air, and an inky black giant horned tiger projection appeared, snarling viciously as if it were about to pounce at any moment. Around 15 minutes later, the 6th spatial tempering stage by family disciples finished setting up the formation, and balls of black chi immediately surfaced around the lava lake. Bursts of killing intent and flashes of cold light were contained within the balls of black chi, as if they were holding countless sharp blades. The 6th spatial tempering stage by family disciples had concealed themselves within these balls of black chi and were controlling the entire formation. The burly man then transmitted his voice toward Heavenly Lord One Dragon. "The formation is ready, fellow Taoist One Dragon, please force the beast out of the lava now." A cold look appeared in Heavenly Lord One Dragon's eyes upon hearing this, and he immediately let loose a loud cry before pointing a finger toward the blue bowl he had summoned. The bowl shuddered before expanding drastically in size, transforming into a blue moon, and at the same time, it released a thick pillar of blue light that shot forth toward the lava down below with ferocious might. The pillar of light stirred up the lava lake like a giant rod, and in the blink of an eye, massive waves had been swept up over the surface of the entire lake. In the next instant, a thunderous roar of fury rang out, and the lava parted as a burst of green chi emerged, forcing the pillar of blue light out of the lake. A cold smile appeared on Heavenly Lord One Dragon's face upon seeing this, and an astonishing aura erupted from his body. At the same time, he flicked his fingers toward the blue bowl to release around a dozen streaks of black light, all of which vanished into the bowl in a flash. A loud ringing sound suddenly erupted out of the blue moon, and countless white runes appeared over its surface. As a result, the blue pillar of light it was releasing became around twice as thick as it had been before, and it crashed down from above with renewed might. The burst of opposing green chi was completely caught off guard and was instantly destroyed, following which the pillar of blue light plunged deep into the lava lake again. Chapter 2065, Fierce Mind Battle. 1. The snowflakes didn't appear to be very large, but they were able to instantly nullify all of the crimson fireballs they came into contact with, and a burst of glacial chi filled the entire air, eradicating the scorching heat. At the same time, Hanli flicked his fingers toward the devilish beast in quick succession, releasing 10 streaks of azure sword chi that shot forth toward the devilish beast in a flash. Meanwhile, Han Chizi harumphed coldly as made a grabbing motion with a pristine white hand, and a translucent ice mountain instantly appeared. Initially, the mountain was only around 10 feet in size, but it quickly swelled to several hundred feet at his behest, then crashed down toward the devilish beast. In that instant, Han Li's trio had unleashed their attacks toward the devilish beast all at the same time. However, as opposed to testing out the devilish beast's powers as they had done during their initial attacks, all three of them were using their true powers now. The devilish beast seemed to also be aware that it was in a perilous situation, and it let loose a low roar as the green flames around its body surged upward, but at the same time, it descended toward the lava lake for refuge. However, right at this moment, Bai Yunxin and the others activated the giant formation they had set up. A string of loud clangs rang out from within the black chi they were hiding in, following which countless snowy white saber projections shot forth in all directions, creating an impenetrable net above the lava lake that stood in the devilish beast's way. All of these saber projections were shimmering with a cold light, and were clearly extremely sharp and formidable. The devilish beast was very confident in the power of its own body, but it still didn't dare to plunge into this fearsome net and was forced to stop in midair. At this point, the snowflakes, ice mountain, and sword chi had already swept the green flames aside and were crashing down toward the devilish beast from above. Even in this perilous situation, the devilish beast didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to have been fueled by its vicious instincts as it opened its mouth to devour all of the green flames around its own body. As a result, it was revealed to be a ferocious monster with the head of a deer, the body of a cow, and the paws of a lion. After the green flames were devoured, it threw its head back and expelled a green stone brick out of its mouth, which swelled drastically to form a massive fiery stone wall. In the next instant, the snowflakes, sword chi, and ice mountain struck the stone wall, amid a string of resounding explosions and flashes of dazzling light, but the stone wall remained completely unmoved. The devilish lords present were all quite surprised to see this, and Hanli was also rather taken aback. The sword chi that he had unleashed appeared to be quite mundane, but they were no less powerful than the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords themselves. As such, they were capable of slicing through even some lower-grade treasures. He hadn't expected the streaks of sword chi to kill the devilish beast, but it was still quite a surprise to him that the stone wall had been able to keep them at bay so easily. Right at this moment, a layer of black chi appeared over the purple-haired woman's face, and she hurled halberd violently downward with a flick of her wrist. The black halberd instantly swelled to several times its original size, transforming into a streak of black light that was over 100 feet in length before plunging viciously into the stone wall. An earth-shattering boom immediately rang out, and the entire space tremored violently. Immediately thereafter, a black sun emerged in the air, and countless cracks appeared over the surface of the seemingly indestructible stone wall, looking as if it were going to shatter at any moment. However, the monsters who had attacked the Bai family disciples seemed to be aware that the devilish lords wouldn't be so easy to defeat, and they merely appraised Hanli and the others with their cold crimson eyes. This indicated that these beings had a high level of intelligence, which made the devilish lords present even more wary of them. The burly man and purple-haired woman exchanged a glance to see their own shock and fury mirrored in one another's eyes, and they shared a quick conversation through voice transmission before the burly man turned to Hanli. "Fellow Daoist Han, please face these monsters for now with my sister. I'll take care of this devilish beast with the other fellow Daoists. After we defeat that devilish beast, we'll come to assist the two of you." As soon as his voice trailed off, bright white light abruptly erupted out of the purple-haired woman's suit of armor, forcing back the surrounding crimson flames and allowing her to fly directly toward Hanli. Han Chizi also quickly flew toward Heavenly Lord One Dragon and the burly man upon hearing this arrangement, using the balls of glacial light around him to part the sea of flames. In the face of these powerful enemies, there was no time for debate, so he immediately decided to comply with the burly man's suggestion. Hanli had no objections either, and once the purple-haired woman was less than 200 feet away from him, he immediately transmitted his voice toward her. "Fellow Daoist Futian, do you know what these beings are?" The woman hesitated momentarily before replying, "This is the first time I've seen these things as well, but I recall reading about a similar type of entity known as devilish spirits that seem to be quite similar to these things. However, I can't confirm if these are indeed devilish spirits." Devilish spirits. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. The woman hadn't elaborated on what they were, but these devilish spirits were clearly supposed to be quite troublesome to deal with. "Indeed. I suspect that this thing may be a devilish spirit formed by the spiritual chi within this mine. If that's the case, then not only will its attacks be completely insubstantial and formless, it'll be immune to virtually all physical attacks, and even its movement techniques may not be hampered much here. I don't know why it's decided to join forces with this devilish beast, but we have to be careful," the purple-haired woman replied. "I see. Let me find out if it really is immune to physical attacks." Han Chizi turned toward Bai Yunshin's possessed body with a cold light in his eyes, then cast his gaze toward the three other devilish lords. Those three had already begun attacking the molten giant formed by the devilish beast, and aside from his vast treasured mirror, the burly man had summoned a pair of metal hooks that were revolving around the molten giant's body, inflicting a large hole upon it with each attack. Meanwhile, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon's body had swelled to several times its original size, and he was releasing gusts of purple winds out of his mouth to force back the crimson sea of flames. Chapter 2067, Fierce Mind Battle, 3. Within the span of just 2 breaths, the shrieking ceased, and the streak of light was incinerated into nothingness. The purple-haired woman didn't hesitate any longer upon seeing this and immediately attacked the other devilish spirit. She hurled her halberd through the air, and a tiger's roar rang out as the halberd transformed into a giant horned tiger projection, then released a pillar of black light out of its mouth, which struck the other devilish spirit in a flash. The body that was possessed by the devilish spirit and the white head were torn into countless pieces amid a violent explosion, immediately following which the woman rubbed her hands together before raising them toward the distance. Ball of black flames erupted forth in a frenzy before sweeping up the fragments of the devilish spirit and setting them alight. The purple-haired woman then waved a hand to draw her halberd back to herself before appraising the black flames with a faint smile on her face. It seemed that these devilish spirits weren't as troublesome to deal with as the records had suggested. However, as soon as this thought appeared in her mind, the black flames in the distance suddenly exploded, and wisps of devilish flames erupted forth in all directions, among which were interspersed countless thumb-sized specks of light. These specks of light detached themselves from the devilish flames, then converged toward the same spot to form a faint white figure. The black devilish flames she had unleashed were completely unable to harm this devilish spirit. The woman drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and only then did she realize that the silver flames released by Hanli were no ordinary flames. Right at this moment, the devilish spirit hurtled directly toward her as a streak of white light, and within the blink of an eye, it was only several tens of feet away from her. The woman was slightly alarmed to see this, but she didn't panic in the slightest as she swept her halberd through the air to unleash countless streaks of black light that plunged down toward the white light. At the same time, she made a hand seal with her other hand to release a ball of green light, which swelled to the size of a wagon wheel in the blink of an eye, revealing itself to be a crescent-shaped blade. The oncoming streak of white light didn't take any evasive measures as it crashed headfirst into the black light and green blade. The white figure then somehow passed directly through the opposing attacks before pouncing directly toward the purple-haired woman. The purple-haired woman's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she suddenly rose up slightly before hurling her halberd through the air while launching her other fist toward the white figure at the same time. Her fist appeared to be very delicate, but as it was thrust through the air, a patch of space that was several tens of feet in size abruptly collapsed. A gray ball of light then emerged, and all of the surrounding air surged toward it in a frenzy. Spatial power. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The devilish spirit was situated right within the ball of light, and it began to struggle violently as its body transformed and contorted into different shapes. However, it was slowly but inevitably drawn toward the center of the ball of light by that burst of strange suction force. The purple-haired woman was ecstatic to see this, and a layer of gray light appeared over her other hand, which she thrust toward the same direction. A dull thump rang out, and the existing ball of gray light shuddered before the suction force that was emanating from it intensified by around twofold. The devilish spirit was unable to resist any longer, and it was drawn to the center of the ball of gray light before being shredded into smithereens by a burst of power that resembled countless sharp blades. A faint smile appeared on the purple-haired woman's face as she made a hand seal, then pointed a finger toward the gray light, planning to unleash a powerful secret technique to completely destroy the trapped devilish spirit. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly raised an eyebrow and said, "Look out." The purple-haired woman faltered slightly upon hearing this, and before she could figure out what Hanli was referring to, several hundred threads of white light suddenly erupted out of the gray light up ahead before striking her body in a flash. Several layers of light barriers appeared around her, but the white threads passed through them as if they didn't exist before striking her suit of pristine white armor. Balls of white light erupted out of the suit of armor upon being struck by the white threads, and within those balls of white light were silver runes of different sizes that temporarily kept the white threads at bay. However, the white thread seemed to be imbued with extremely fearsome power, and the purple-haired woman was sent flying back in an uncontrollable manner. Immediately thereafter, the white threads converged to form the white figure again, and it quickly reached out toward her with both hands. A pair of massive hands of light that were around 10 feet in size each appeared out of thin air, then grabbed viciously toward her. Before they had even come into contact with her, 2 bursts of enormous force were already sweeping toward her body. The woman's face paled at the sight of the powerful attack, and she knew that if she were to be struck by the attack, would definitely at least be severely wounded, if not killed on the spot. As such, she could only grit her teeth and fight for her life. A layer of crimson chi appeared over her face while black light flashed behind her, and a menacing devilish projection with a tiger's head and a human's body emerged. The devilish projection let loose a low roar, and reached out toward the pair of massive hands of light with its devilish paws. However, the woman had still underestimated the devilish spirit's powers. In the instant that the pair of hands came into contact with the devilish paws, they suddenly twisted and flashed past the devilish paws at an incredible angle before crashing down toward the purple-haired woman's head. The purple-haired woman's face paled even further upon seeing this, but it was too late for her to do anything, and she could only inject her magic power into her suit of armor in a frenzy, preparing to withstand the attack with her body. Just as the giant hands were about to reach her, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby, and 2 balls of silver flames shot forth in a flash to strike the pair of huge hands. A resounding boom rang out as the pair of hands was inundated by the silver flames, then instantly incinerated into nothingness. In the next instant, the 2 bursts of silver flames combined as one, transforming into a silver fire raven that was around 10 feet in size before flying toward the devilish spirit. Hanli had finally stepped in the woman's hour of need. The devilish spirit was clearly very fearful of the silver flames, and it instantly shot back over 100 feet in a wraith-like manner before expelling bursts of reddish-purple light out of its mouth. These bursts of light then transformed into several tens of streaks of purple sword chi that struck the silver fire raven in a flash, but Fire Raven remained completely unscathed while the streaks of purple sword chi were all incinerated into nothingness. However, the silver Fire Raven was slowed down slightly by the streaks of sword chi, and the devilish spirit took advantage of this opportunity to flee back into the stone wall, where it disappeared. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he waved a hand toward the silver Fire Raven, upon which it immediately returned to him as a ball of silver flames, then vanished into his body in a flash. The purple-haired woman was greatly relieved as she steadied herself, then hurriedly extended a grateful salute toward Han Li from afar. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Han. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have truly been in severe peril. I'll be sure to repay you for this." "You're welcome, fellow Daoist. I agreed to lend you my assistance, so it's only expected of me to step in when you're in danger. It's a pity we let that devilish spirit get away. It seems to possess quite a high level of intelligence, so it'll be very difficult to capture it again," Han Li replied with a smile. "You're far too modest, Brother Han. Indeed, we'll have to eradicate this devilish spirit if we want to resume normal operations in this mine, but let's take care of that devilish beast first," the purple-haired woman said with a wry smile before flying toward the other battle. There, the molten giant was releasing boundless crimson flames, and even though it was clearly on the back foot, it was still attacking the devilish lords with immense ferocity, unleashing green fireballs the size of pavilions with its massive fists. The giant fireballs were imbued with formidable power, and even the three devilish lords were forced to evade them, not daring to oppose them head-on. As expected of a devilish beast that was comparable in power to a late body integration stage being, it truly wouldn't be an easy task for the three devilish lords to defeat. After ascertaining the situation, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he made a hand seal, following which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him amid a burst of surging devilish chi. Chapter 2068, Victory. Half a day later, an earth-shattering boom rang out near the giant sand dune, and it suddenly exploded, sending an enormous amount of sand flying in all directions. A ball of green flames then shot forth before flying away into the distance. Within the green flames was a deer-headed devilish beast that was riddled with wounds. There was blood flowing all over its body, and it was missing one of its paws. However, right at this moment, a streak of piercing silver light suddenly shot forth like lightning before rapidly revolving around the devilish beast. The devilish beast let loose a thunderous roar of pain, and the green flames around its body reared up as it accelerated, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, half of a purple horn came crashing down from above amid a rain of blood and landed with a dull thump, sinking several feet into the sand, indicating that it was extremely heavy. A humanoid figure then slowly flew out of what remained of the sand dune before hovering in midair. It was none other than Han Li, and he cast his gaze toward the direction that the devilish beast had disappeared in before shaking his head, then glanced down at the purple horn segment that had sunken into the sand. He raised a hand and made a grabbing motion to release a burst of invisible suction force, and the horn segment was drawn into his grasp as if it weighed nothing at all. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the purple horn segment, and a pleased look appeared on his face. However, his expression then changed slightly, and he immediately flipped his hand over to stow the horn segment away. In the next instant, another humanoid figure emerged out of the massive crater in the sand. It was none other than the purple-haired woman. The woman smiled at the sight of Han Li, and asked, "Did you manage to catch up to that devilish beast?" "It's all right even if you didn't. The beast has already been severely wounded by the 5 of us, so I'm sure it wouldn't dare to approach this mine again. Rest assured, fellow Daoist, as it was fleeing, I managed to inflict another sword wound upon it. By my estimation, it'll take at least several centuries of recuperation before it can make a full recovery," Han Li replied as he pointed toward the puddle of ground that had been left in the sand. The purple-haired woman's eyes lit up with elation at the sight of the puddle of blood, and she said, "That's great. I'm glad we've finally resolved this issue. Let's go and meet up with everyone else before we discuss what to do next." "Sure." Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he drifted back down into the crater again. The purple-haired woman glanced at the puddle of blood and hesitated momentarily before thrusting a hand toward it, upon which a large pile of sand was turned over to completely bury all of the blood. Only then was her heart truly put at ease, and she drifted down into the crater as well. Several hours later, Han Li and the other devilish lords were gathered in the cave where the battle had taken place, and they were in the process of discussing something. Among them, Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon and the burly man both appeared quite pale, indicating that they had severely exerted themselves during the earlier battle. In contrast, Han Chizi didn't appear to be any different compared to his normal state. "So you're saying that there's a devilish spirit that was formed within this mine? In that case, it definitely won't leave this mine. Otherwise, it'll inevitably perish over time," Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon said. "That devilish spirit was able to instantly kill those 6 spatial tempering stage disciples from our Bai family, so it's most likely very powerful. Perhaps it already possesses the ability to leave this mine if it so pleases," the purple-haired woman countered. "That's true. Even if one of us had been in its place, none of us would have been able to kill 6 spatial tempering stage beings so quickly. What do you plan to do next, Brother Bai?" Heavenly Lord Luan Dragon asked. Even though the devilish beast was chased away, we won't be able to resume mining operations while that devilish spirit is still around, so we'll have to ask for your assistance to resolve that issue as well. Otherwise, my sister and I won't have much chance of being able to get rid of it, the burly man replied in a truthful manner. Heavenly Lord Juan Dragon exchanged a glance with Han Chizi, and the former's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "That's not right, Brother Bai. I only agreed to help you deal with that devilish beast, not this devilish spirit. On top of that, this devilish spirit is extremely powerful and unpredictable, even fellow Daoist Futian almost perished to it, so it's most likely even more dangerous than that devilish beast. Besides, we already incurred a lot of additional risk when that devilish spirit suddenly appeared during the battle. Otherwise, I may not be in such bad condition right now." Han Chizi didn't say anything, but he was clearly of the same opinion. The burly man's expression darkened slightly with displeasure upon hearing this, but he said in a calm voice, "That devilish spirit is an oversight on our part. If we had known about its existence in advance, we would have prepared the appropriate treasures to deal with it. Rest assured, Brother Juan Dragon, if you're willing to continue to assist us, we'll double the reward that we initially promised you. That devilish spirit is indeed very unpredictable, but fellow Daoist Han's devilish flames seem to be a good counter against it, and he was even able to kill one of the devilish spirit's clones, so it should be severely wounded right now. If we miss this opportunity, we may not get another one." After that, the burly man turned to Han Li with a smile before transmitting his voice toward him. "Brother Han, if you're willing to help us get rid of this devilish spirit, we'll give you an additional 8-footed devilish lizard and let you choose 3 treasures from our Bai family's treasure vault." Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this before nodding in response. The burly man was naturally very relieved to see this. In order to eradicate that devilish spirit, Han Li's silver flames were vital. "You're doubling the rewards. Does that include another blood-tooth rice?" Heavenly Lord Juan Dragon hurriedly asked with an elated expression. The burly man seemed to have predicted this question, and he immediately replied, "My apologies, but we really don't have any more pieces of blood-tooth rice. However, I'm willing to replace that with a piece of blood-refining metal essence. What do you think, Brother Juan Dragon? I recall that you've been searching for this item for a very long time." Heavenly Lord Juan Dragon faltered slightly upon hearing this before agreeing in a slightly reluctant manner, "A piece of blood-refining metal essence." Chapter 2069, Encountering Foreign Devilish Metal. Again a month later, several lizard-like devilish beasts emerged from the edge of the Illusion Hall Desert, and atop each lizard sat a person. They were none other than Han Li's group, who were returning from the Bai family mine. After Han Li had been informed that the devilish lord had been slain by the burly man and the others, he and the purple-haired woman had immediately gone to meet up with the 3 devilish lords, and they had found the root of the devilish spirit in the end. It was a giant gray crystal, and even though it had lost all of its spiritual nature due to the destruction of the devilish spirit, it was still an extremely rare tool refinement material, which was immediately taken by the burly man. Han Li didn't ask for a detailed recount of how the devilish spirit had been destroyed, and the 3 devilish lords had no intention of telling him either. The group departed the day after the devilish spirit was destroyed and enjoyed a smooth return journey. In the instant that everyone emerged from the desert, Han Li immediately felt as if his body had grown lighter, and his restricted magic power instantly returned to normal. Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief as he experienced the abundant magic power surging through his body. Having so much magic power repressed in the Illusion Hall Desert was not a good feeling. He then couldn't help but grimace at the thought that he would have to spend several decades in this desert next time. Thankfully, the issue was successfully resolved, and he had even secured an extra devilish lizard. Now, all he had to do was await the arrival of the Long family patriarch and everyone else. The Bai family had promised him the opportunity to select 3 treasures from their treasure vault as a reward for his efforts, and he was very much looking forward to this. After recovering their magic power, all of the body integration stage beings were naturally able to speed up dramatically, and it only took them less than half a day to reach Illusion Night City. Several hours later, Hanli and everyone else was seated in a hall with antiquated decor within the Bai family fortress, discussing something with the purple-haired woman in a relaxed manner. However, the burly man was nowhere to be seen. That made sense considering the entire Bai family only had 2 devilish lords among their ranks, and both of them had been absent for over 2 months, so there were naturally some urgent matters that had to be addressed. After a while, a person strode into the hall, and it was none other than the burly man. "That was very fast, Brother Bai," Heavenly Lord One Dragon said as he turned to the burly man. There were only some minor tasks to be taken care of. Aside from that, I've brought all of you the rewards that we promised. Please take a look, fellow Taoists," the burly man replied before sweeping his sleeve through the air, sending a black bracelet flying toward each of Hanli's trio. Hanli and the others caught their respective bracelets, then swept their spiritual sense into them. Moments later, satisfied looks appeared on both Heavenly Lord One Dragon and Han Chizi's faces, and they stowed the storage bracelets away. Hanli also put away his storage bracelet after a brief examination of its contents. "I need some time to recover from the earlier battles, so I'm going back to my cave abode to rest now. Farewell, fellow Taoists," Heavenly Lord One Dragon said as he rose to his feet right after stowing away the storage bracelet. "I'll also be taking my leave," Han Chizi said after a brief moment of contemplation. As for Hanli, he remained seated firmly on his chair, and Heavenly Lord One Dragon and Han Chizi exchanged a slightly bewildered glance upon seeing this. However, Hanli's expression remained completely unchanged, making it impossible for them to tell what he was thinking. "Then I'll go right ahead," Hanli replied with a smile. With his enormous spiritual sense and vast wealth of knowledge and experience, he was able to quickly ascertain what most of the treasures on the shelves were. As for the rest, they either required careful examination or were things that he was seeing for the very first time, so he was rather intrigued by them. He made his way over to a nearby wooden shelf, then picked up a material that resembled a piece of charred wood and began to carefully examine it. The purple-haired woman merely stood at the entrance with a smile. It was clear that she wasn't going to offer Hanli any suggestions and was going to leave it to him to select the 3 treasures. After examining that material for a brief moment, Hanli placed it back down onto the shelf, then moved on to a neighboring shelf, where he picked up a jade box that was tightly sealed by several talismans. There was a tag adhered to the surface of the jade box, and wisps of silver light were escaping out of it. Hanli glanced at the tag on the box, then carefully examined its contents with his spiritual sense for a while before stowing it away into his storage bracelet. A slightly pained expression appeared on the purple-haired woman's face upon seeing this. After that, Hanli strode over to a palm-sized vial and removed the lid before taking a gentle whiff. A hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes, but he put the vial back down in the end. Thus, Hanli continued to examine the treasures that caught his interest, but didn't take anything else even after exploring most of the shelves. This was rather surprising to the purple-haired woman as there were some treasures on the shelves that Hanli had passed by that were no less valuable than the item in the jade box that he had taken. Around 15 minutes later, Hanli arrived at the last 2 rows of shelves, then began to intently scrutinize a certain item. This was a head-sized black and white rock that was giving off a cold gleam. It was none other than the same foreign devilish metal that he had seen in Blood Crow City, but this piece was over 10 times the size of that one. Hanli stared at the piece of metal for a long while, then abruptly swept a sleeve toward it, stowing it away amid a burst of azure light. The purple-haired woman was quite surprised to see this. Such a large piece of foreign devilish metal was indeed quite rare, but compared to the other treasures here, it was one of the least valuable materials. As such, she was quite taken aback that a mysterious devilish lord like Hanli would take such an item. Despite her surprise, the purple-haired woman remained silent and merely continued to appraise Han Li's actions. After that, Han Li took a rough glance at the remaining few wooden shelves and didn't delay any longer as he strode over to a certain wooden shelf in the final row. He then took a disc-like devilish treasure from the shelf before making his way out of the hole. The purple-haired woman smiled upon seeing this, and said, "Taking that sifting disc was a wise decision, Brother Han. With that thing up your sleeve, you won't have to worry about losing your way in the Illusion Hall Desert. Looks like you know more about the Illusion Hall Desert than I gave you credit for. Having said that, I'm rather surprised that you chose that piece of foreign devilish metal. I'm refining a rather special devilish treasure at the moment that just so happens to require a piece of foreign devilish metal of this size, so I naturally wasn't going to pass it up here," Han Li replied in a calm manner. The purple-haired woman was unconvinced by this explanation, but she naturally wasn't going to pry any further. "In that case, I'm glad you found something that you were searching for. Let's leave the treasure vault now. The restrictions here have only been temporarily withdrawn, and they'll automatically reactivate soon." Han Li nodded in response before making his way over to the purple-haired woman. The woman waved a hand toward the hall, and the jade pendant that had vanished earlier reappeared before flying back toward her as a ball of white light. The woman heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. Even though this was the lowliest of the Bai family treasure vaults, it had still taken tens of thousands of years to accumulate all of these treasures, so she naturally didn't want anything to go wrong here. "There's something I want to ask you, fellow Daoist," Han Li suddenly said after he and the purple-haired woman emerged from the pavilion. A hint of surprise flashed through the purple-haired woman's eyes upon hearing this, but she immediately disguised it and smiled as she replied, "Go ahead, Brother Han. I consider us to be on friendly terms, so you can ask anything you like." "I'd like to know where that piece of foreign devilish metal in the treasure vault was mined and how it ended up in your Bai family," Han Li said in a calm voice. "Hee, if you had asked about any other materials, would perhaps need to inquire someone else, but you're certainly asking the right person if you want to know about that piece of foreign devilish metal," the purple-haired woman chuckled. Han Li was quite pleased to hear this, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "Oh. Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist." The purple-haired woman took a brief glance at Han Li and was rather disappointed to see his lack of reaction, but she still replied, "Our Bai family only recently acquired this piece of foreign devilish metal, and as for its origins, you already know the answer to that." "What do you mean?" Han Li was quite perplexed to hear this. "Didn't you ask about the blood-tooth rice earlier? This piece of foreign devilish metal was obtained through the same avenue. At the time, the piece of blood-tooth rice was the main item that we wanted, and this piece of foreign devilish metal was only a secondary item in the exchange," the purple-haired woman explained. "I see. In that case, there's a good chance that this piece of foreign devilish metal could originate from the same area where the blood-tooth rice was grown," Han Li said with a contemplative stroke of his own chin. "I can't guarantee that. All I can tell you is that the people that we obtained the blood-tooth rice from were most likely from the Blue Waterfall Lake," the woman replied. "Thank you, fellow Daoist. You've done me a great favor," Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a salute. "Don't mention it, I still haven't had a chance to thank you for saving me back at the mine," the woman said with a nonchalant smile. After that, the two of them made their way back to the original hall, and Han Li chatted with the purple-haired woman and burly man for a while longer before taking his leave. On this occasion, the two of them accompanied Han Li all the way to the entrance of the fortress before returning to the hall together. "Which 3 treasures did that man choose, sister?" the burly man asked as soon as he took a seat. "A golden whale bead, a piece of foreign devilish metal, and the sifting disc," the purple-haired woman replied. That's rather strange. Those definitely aren't the most precious treasures in the vault," the burly man remarked as his brows furrowed slightly. "I also found it to be quite strange. I can understand the golden whale bead and Ian's sifting disc, but that piece of foreign devilish metal really shouldn't be of much interest to beings of our caliber, the purple-haired woman mused. Did he say anything about it? He gave me a generic excuse and glossed over the matter completely, but he asked me about where we obtained the piece of foreign devilish metal from, the purple-haired woman replied. In that case, he must be interested in obtaining quite a large amount of foreign devilish metal, but if I recall correctly, there are several shops in Illusion Night City where foreign devilish metal is sold, yet he hasn't purchased this metal from any of those shops. The burly man was still quite perplexed. Could it be that there's something special about that particular piece of foreign devilish metal? The purple-haired woman had unintentionally struck the nail on the head. What could be special about it? We both examined that piece of foreign devilish metal before it was placed in the treasure vault. The only thing remarkable about it is its size, the burly man immediately replied with a shake of his head. So be it, regardless of what underlying reasons there are, it doesn't have anything to do with our family anyway. You need to recover from the battles in the mine, so go into seclusion for a while. I'll take care of everything in the meantime to prevent the other families from trying anything, the purple-haired woman said with a smile. That's true. Regardless of what that man is plotting, it doesn't matter to us as long as he bears no ill will toward our family. I'll go into seclusion tomorrow and leave everything to you then, the burly man also said with a smile. By the time Hanli returned to the pavilion he was staying in, it was already close to nighttime. Zhu Guo was elated to see Hanli again. Without Hanli's protection, she would most likely be enslaved by someone else soon. Even though Hanli had searched her soul once, he hadn't abused her in any way thereafter, so she naturally didn't want to switch to a different master who could potentially treat her far worse than Hanli did. Hanli quickly dismissed her, then activated all of the restrictions he had set up before taking a seat on a futon. After that, he flipped a hand over to produce a jade box, then swept a sleeve toward it, releasing a burst of azure light that stripped away the talismans plastered to the box. The lid of the box was opened, revealing a shimmering golden thumb-sized bead. The surface of the bead was very smooth, and it was giving off a faint rank odor. Hanli flicked a finger toward the bead, and a speck of azure light sprang forth before vanishing into the bead in a flash. Moments later, the sound of crashing ocean waves rang out from the bead, following which it released a burst of gentle golden light, which transformed into a miniature golden whale projection that began to dance around the bead. The projection was only around a foot in size, but it was extremely lifelike. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this, but he suddenly extended a pristine white hand out of his sleeve, then reached into the golden light to grab onto the bead. Magic power was injected incessantly into the bead, and in the next instant, the golden whale projection suddenly swelled drastically to over 100 feet in length, filling up virtually the entire top floor of the pavilion. At the same time, a golden horn that was around a foot in length had appeared on the whale projection's head, and golden scales of different sizes had emerged all over its body, giving it a very menacing appearance. A pleased look appeared on Hanli's face as he released the bead and ceased his magic power output. The whale projection instantly disintegrated into specks of golden light, and the golden bead also returned to normal. Hanli placed the bead back into the jade box, then reapplied the talismans before stowing it away into his storage bracelet. He had naturally chosen this golden whale bead for a reason, but it was yet to be seen whether he would truly be able to make use of it. However, the greatest reward he had reaped was not this precious spirit bead. Instead, it was that head-sized piece of foreign devilish metal. As soon as the thought of that piece of devilish metal crossed his mind, a rare hint of excitement flashed through his eyes, and he took a deep breath before releasing the piece of metal out of his storage bracelet. The piece of devilish metal hovered before him, and he slashed a finger toward it. A streak of azure light swept forth in a flash, slicing the piece of metal in half and revealing an egg-sized object. He made a grabbing motion to draw the object into his grasp, and it was revealed to be a gray crystalline ball. The excitement in Han Li's eyes became even more pronounced at this sight of this crystalline ball, and he slowly reached out toward it in a careful manner. During this process, the sleeve around his arm was torn away, and a series of golden shimmering scales appeared over his skin, making his arm significantly thicker than before. Chapter 2071. Arrival of allies. His entire hand swelled to form a huge golden hand that grabbed onto the bead, and golden light flashed from his fingers as countless golden runes surged out of his palm. The runes instantly enshrouded the bead and formed a golden ball of light. Han Li immediately began to chant something upon seeing this, and a thin translucent thread shot forth out of each of his fingertips before vanishing into the golden ball in a flash. In the next instant, a wisp of barely visible gray qi emerged out of the golden ball along the translucent thread before being drawn into Han Li's grasp. After that, Han Li closed his eyes and began to refine this peculiar wisp of energy. Golden light swirled over his body, and his aura also began to fluctuate in power in a strange sequence. Several hours later, he reopened his eyes, and they were filled with elation. He could clearly sense that his magic power had been further enhanced by a tiny amount. This really is the same energy as the energy in that piece of foreign devilish metal. If I can find more of this type of foreign devilish metal, it won't be impossible to enhance my magic power to the Grand Ascension stage. That could save me over 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Blue Waterfall Lake if the opportunity arises, Han Li murmured to himself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li suddenly extended a finger, and a strand of green qi was suddenly forced out of his fingertip. As expected, this energy has appeared as well. Looks like I have no choice but to continue to seal it within my second nascent soul's body, Han Li mused as his brows furrowed slightly. The amount of gray qi that he had refined was less than 10% of what the entire crystalline bead contained. If he could refine all of the energy within the bead, then that would enhance his magic power by over 10%. As a safety precaution, Han Li had decided against refining all of the energy at once. Instead, he was planning to refine the energy bit by bit over the span of around half a month, making sure to consolidate his cultivation base in between each bout to refinement. This would prevent any potential negative effects from having his magic power enhanced too quickly. After all, the mysterious energy that he had obtained on this occasion was more than 10 times as much as last time. After making that decision, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release around a dozen golden and silver talismans, all of which adhered themselves to the golden ball of light, thereby tightly sealing it. He then produced a pristine white vial and gently shook it to release a burst of 5-colored light that enshrouded the golden ball. After that, he stowed the small vial away and entered a meditative state once again. During the next half a month or so, Han Li remained in the pavilion and finally refined all of the energy within the crystalline ball into magic power, thereby significantly enhancing his cultivation base. During the next few days, Han Li explored various parts of Illusion Night City and purchased some books, as well as specialty local products from the city. He also visited the Myriad Slave Towers several times, and he was finally able to purchase the refinement technique for the Devil Crystal puppets. In exchange for the puppet refinement technique, he had to fork out several top-grade devilish treasures and an astronomical sum of devil stones, but he felt this to be worth it. This puppet refinement technique was completely different from those he had seen in the spirit realm. Instead of instilling spiritual sense into the puppet to activate them, these devil crystal puppets were activated through restrictions and treasures that had been set up in advance. Thus, even the lowliest of cultivators could easily control the most powerful devil crystal puppets. On top of that, there was no limit to the number of puppets that could be controlled, and even low-grade devilish beings could control an army of these puppets with ease. Han Li was naturally very surprised to hear this, but unfortunately, nothing was perfect in this world. These devil crystal puppets didn't indeed have many incredible advantages, but they also had many flaws, the most prominent of which was that due to the fact that they couldn't be controlled through spiritual sense, they could only follow some simple instructions through their core restrictions. As a result, the attack patterns of these puppets were very one-dimensional and predictable, and they were also significantly less powerful than other puppets of the same caliber. On top of that, it was extremely troublesome to refine the forces of these puppets, and the materials used were also very expensive. The higher the caliber of the devil crystal puppets, the more expensive they would be to produce, and what was quite frustrating to Hanli was that even after expending such a heavy price, the puppet refinement technique that he had purchased from the Myriad Slave Tower was only for low-grade and mid-grade puppets. According to the two spatial tempering stage elders of the Illusion Night City Myriad Slave Tower, the refinement method for high-grade devil crystal puppets was only known to the highest-ranking devilish lord-level elders of the Myriad Slave Tower, and it was not up for sale. Furthermore, even the high-grade devil crystal puppets themselves were very rarely sold by the Myriad Slave Tower. This was naturally quite disappointing to Hanli, but he didn't pay too much heed to it. Unless he could amass a huge number of these high-grade devil crystal puppets, they wouldn't be of much use to him at his current level of power. He had only purchased the puppet refinement technique for such a hefty price to see if he could reference it to improve his own puppet refinement mastery. Thus, Hanli went into seclusion again to study the puppet refinement technique, and during this period of time, he experimented with refining some low-grade devil crystal puppets to test out his theories, reaping some rewards in the process. On this day, just as he was planning to test out a four-armored devil crystal puppet he had refined, a ball of white light suddenly flew out from his waist, then revealed itself to be a silk handkerchief. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger toward the handkerchief, injecting a streak of azure light into it. In the next instant, a row of small silver text suddenly appeared on the surface of the handkerchief. Hanli quickly read the message, then waved a hand toward the handkerchief, and it flew into his sleeve as a ball of white light again. After that, he made his way downstairs to the first level of the pavilion, where Zhu Guo'er was completely engrossed in a book that she was reading. As soon as she caught sight of Hanli, she hurriedly rose to her feet and extended a respectful curtsy. "Is there anything you'd like me to do for you, Master? Has anyone visited me during the past few days?" Hanli asked. "No. I've been here the entire time, and no one has come to visit you, Master," Zhu Guo'er replied in a careful manner. Hanli nodded in response. "All right, you stay here, I'm going out for a bit." After that, he left the pavilion before Zhu Guo'er could say anything, leaving her to look on with a befuddled expression. After emerging from the pavilion, Hanli hailed a beast-drawn carriage on the street and traveled toward the city gate. Several hours later, Hanli appeared above an obscure mountain several hundred kilometers away from Illusion Night City. A layer of white mist had enshrouded the entire mountain, making it impossible to see anything on the mountain. Hanli raised a hand to release a burst of flames, which flew into the mist down below in a flash, and shortly thereafter, a male voice rang out from below the mist. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Han, I'll release the restriction to let you in right away." After that, the layer of mist parted to reveal a passageway, and Hanli flew directly into it as a streak of azure light. The passageway in the mist was closed again, and Hanli appeared on a patch of empty ground on the peak of the mountain. There were two people seated on a pair of large rocks not far away from him. They were none other than the Long family patriarch and Elder Hui. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the duo, and he discovered that the Long family patriarch's face was rather pale, while Elder Hui was looking far worse for wear and was missing an arm. "What happened to fellow Daoist Hui? Did you encounter some powerful enemy on the way here?" Hanli asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "That's a long story that I'll tell you about another time, Brother Han. Are you the only person who has made it to Illusion Night City thus far?" the Long family patriarch asked. "You've already used your treasure to summon us, if no one else has arrived, then that's most likely the case. At the very least, I'm staying in the inn that we originally agreed upon, and I haven't met anyone else in our group, Hanli replied as his brows furrowed slightly. In that case, let's wait here for a while to see if anyone else shows up, the Long family patriarch said after a brief hesitation. Hanli offered no objections to this and took a seat on another rock. Time slowly passed by, and around 2 hours later, Hanli's expression suddenly changed slightly as he cast his gaze upward with blue light flashing within his eyes. Someone seems to be coming. The Long family patriarch immediately also cast his gaze toward the same direction upon hearing this. Moments later, a pleasant female voice rang out up above. Please forgive me for my tardiness, fellow Taoists. The voice belonged to none other than the young woman from the Yi family. The Long family patriarch was ecstatic to hear this voice, and he immediately made a hand seal to part the mist in the air again, following which a streak of light descended from the heavens. Chapter 2073, Countermeasures. On a certain day 2 months later, Hanli and everyone else gathered together in a temporary cave abode outside the city. The man from the Lin family had only just barely managed to arrive before the agreed date, and everyone was appraising him with peculiar expressions. He had once bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his hair had since turned white, and his skin had shriveled and wrinkled significantly, making him resemble an elderly man. What was even more shocking was that one of his eyes had gone missing, as if it had been gouged straight out of its socket. On top of that, his aura had been reduced to less than a third of its former power, and it seemed to be extremely feeble as well. What happened to you, fellow Taoist Lin? The Long family patriarch asked in a grim voice. I encountered a horde of soul-sucking beasts in the plains and had most of my true essence devoured by them. Thankfully, I was able to escape after detonating several of my most powerful treasures, the man replied with a wry smile, and his voice had also become extremely hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Soul-sucking beasts. Those beasts aren't all that powerful. How did they reduce you to such a sorry state? Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked with a surprised expression. Normal soul-sucking beasts certainly wouldn't have posed a threat to me, but I encountered a body integration stage mutated soul-sucking beast, the man from the Lin family sighed in response. A mutated soul-sucking beast. Everyone's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Initially, it was hidden among all of the other soul-sucking beasts and disguised itself as one of them, and I fell prey to its surprise attack, the man from the Lin family confirmed with a strained expression. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before asking, That's truly unfortunate. What are your plans from here onward, fellow Taoist Han? The man from the Lin family hesitated momentarily before giving a resigned reply. I'm in far too bad a condition to enter the Illusion Hall Desert. I have to return to the spirit realm and go into seclusion right away for several centuries to facilitate a full recovery. Hence, I'm planning to rest here for some time before I retrace our original route and return to the spirit realm. The Long family patriarch was unsurprised to hear this, and he said, Indeed, in your current condition, you'd be taking a significant risk by continuing onward. How about this? We'll stay here for another month so you can recover in peace before we continue on our way. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was silent for a moment before nodding in response. We have no objections. Elder Hui and the woman from the Yi family couldn't help but exchange a concerned and forlorn glance upon seeing this. Among the rest of the human cultivators, one of them was carrying injuries, while the other's cultivation base was far inferior to that of Hanli and the Long family patriarch, so perhaps one of them would be the next one to be forced to drop out. Meanwhile, a thought suddenly occurred to Hanli, and he said to the man from the Lin family, I have a pill that could be beneficial to you, fellow Taoist Lin. He swept a sleeve toward the man from the Lin family as spoke, sending a small white jade vial flying toward him. The man from the Lin family faltered slightly upon hearing this before reflexively catching the vial with a rather perplexed expression. Even though he had been traveling with Han Li and the others this entire time, the two of them hadn't interacted much, and they certainly couldn't be considered to be friends. As such, it was naturally quite befuddling to him that Han Li was giving him a pill at a time like this. The man from the Lin family hesitated momentarily before removing the lid of the vial, and a strong medicinal aroma immediately spread throughout the entire room, thereby immediately drawing everyone's attention. The man from the Lin family hurriedly took a whiff, upon which a hint of elation appeared in his eyes, and he immediately tipped over the vial, to reveal a green pill with spiritual patterns all over its surface. "This is an essence-tempering pill," the man from the Lin family exclaimed as the elation in his eyes became even more pronounced. Not only was this pill extremely precious, it was perfect for his current condition in that it could help him recover a significant amount of his lost true essence. As such, he wouldn't have to worry about a major decrease in power even after he recovered from his injuries. Everyone else's expressions also changed slightly upon seeing this. Even for body integration stage beings like them, an essence refining pill was quite a sought-after item. The man from the Lin family was extremely excited, but he quickly calmed down before transmitting his voice to Han Li. "Fellow Daoist Han, this pill will indeed benefit me immensely, but there must be a reason why you're willing to give it to me. Please give me an explanation." Han Li smiled and also transmitted his voice in response. "Brother Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to help me?" The man from the Lin family thought about this for a moment before gritting his teeth as he replied, "How can I refuse you after you've given me this essence refining pill? As long as it's something within my capabilities, I won't refuse." "There's no need to be so wary, Brother Lin. I'm only asking for a small favor from you. I recently rescued a little human girl in the city, and she has some connection to me, so I'm hoping you can take her back to the spirit realm with you and look after her for a while until I return. The rest of the journey is far too dangerous, so there's no way I can take her along with me. That should be well within your capabilities, right, fellow Daoist?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. The man from the Lin family was rather surprised by the simplicity of the request, and he agreed without any hesitation, "That's not an issue at all. I can assure you that the little girl will return to the spirit realm safely as long as I can do the same." "Good," Han Li replied with a nod before falling silent. Having established the reason behind Han Li's actions, the man from the Lin family immediately swallowed the pill. In his current condition, the earlier he could take this essence refining pill, the greater the chance that his powers would be preserved, so he naturally didn't want to delay even for a moment. The Long family patriarch could tell that the two of them were discussing something through voice transmission, but none of them inquired about the content of their conversation. It was quite clear that Han Li has asked the man from the Lin family to do something for him in exchange for such a precious pill, but that was a matter that was solely between them, so it naturally wasn't in their place to pry into such matters. Now that the issue with the man from the Lin family had been resolved, everyone naturally began discussing the 8-footed devilish lizards. The Long family patriarch calmly recounted his recent interactions with the Zhao family, and everyone's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing his recount. "So the Zhao family is asking for a myriad-year purple blood zoysia and an ice crystal heart for a single 8-footed devilish lizards. That's downright absurd. It sounds to me like they have no sincerity at all," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a frosty expression. "I think the Zhao family is interested in more than just an exchange," Han Li interjected in an indifferent voice. "Oh. What do you mean by that, Brother Han?" the woman from the Yi family asked. However, Han Li merely smiled and offered no response. The Long family patriarch continued with a cold smile, "I'm guessing that not only is the Zhao family not planning to give me an 8-footed devilish lizard, they're plotting against me for my wealth. After all, the items that I previously offered are enough to tempt the two devilish lords of their family. You seem to be quite confident, Brother Long, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns chuckled. Indeed. Seeing as the Zhao family is unwilling to part with any of their 8-footed devilish lizards, the other 3 families most likely won't agree to an exchange either. In that case, I'll take the bait and lure the 2 devilish lords of the Zhao family away while all of you infiltrate the Zhao family and steal their 8-footed devilish lizards. After that, we'll enter the Illusion Hall desert right away, the Long family patriarch replied as a cold look appeared in his eyes. That's a great idea. No one from the Zhao family will be able to stop us if their devilish lords are away. However, have you already found where they're keeping their 8-footed devilish lizards? The woman from the Yi family asked. Hee, I haven't just been twiddling my thumbs in the city these past few days. I've already ascertained that the Zhao family keeps its 8-footed devilish lizards in 2 places. One of them is a restricted area that's surrounded by many restrictions, which will be quite difficult to access even with the lack of devilish lords present. As for the other place, that's a temporary resting place for the devilish lizards. I've discovered that several of the Zhao family's devilish lizards will be returning in around half a month, and typically, they'll stay in that temporary resting place for several days, which will present us with a perfect opportunity. Brother Han already has 2 devilish lizards, so we should have enough once we capture those ones. However, make sure to refrain from killing and revealing your true cultivation bases if possible. Otherwise, if we attract the attention of some powerful devilish beings nearby, then we'll be in some trouble. After all, we have to traverse through the entire Illusion Hall desert, whereas other devilish beings could simply get to the other side using teleportation formations and wait for us there, the Long family patriarch cautioned. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.